when you first start up your MPC Touch, you're going to see this touchscreen display right here. It'll be like this right here. We are. And this is our section here for our project, right? And you want to make sure you got a good look to it. So there's a little button right over here. So right here, next to Qlink number 3, I can make it darker. And there's a button right close to Qlink number 2, I can make it brighter. So here to make it darker, and then to make it brighter. So let me get just enough so I can see it for this video. Perfect. So as you can see here, we've got some elements here on the window. So since it's multi-touch, that means we can touch it. I'll touch right here. I can touch right here. I can touch right here. And I can do things like, for example, here, I could name this. Here's a little A right there. I click right there, and now the word unused appears here, and I can name it, right? I want to go back where I was at. I'll go right here. I'll say set sequence name. I left it alone, obviously. Now, the most important thing to do is to load stuff in and out, right? So you can do that by going to your browser. So I press menu, and here from the menu, we can see everything available on the MPC Touch. We can go anywhere. We can go to the grid view. Hit the wrong button there, you can see. Let's go back to menu. This is the track view. Here's the grid view. So be careful where you're touching. And this is our grid right here. Back to menu again. Here's the track view. This is our step sequence view. Here I have a browser. I can view my browser. I can load stuff from the browser directly from my multi-touch screen right here. This is really cool. And it's much easier than before. So for example here, I want to load some drum kits. So I'm going to go here, I want to find out which one of these envelopes has it. And I do believe it's number 2. I selected number 2 here, and next I want to select drum kits. So drum kits right there. I go to drum kits, and now as you can see here, I have some options right here, right above that. So all means it sees everything in that drum kit folder. This sign here is an icon for samples. I can see all the samples. Right here, this little square there with the 4 little pads like, that's the program. And we see our program. You can tell it says .xp for program. Next to that, right here, this is our song. So these are the sequences that I can load in from right here. I can scroll up and down and find what I want to load. I can select the sequence, and then down here I selected something, I can load it. See right here, it says project, samples, project. I can move this cursor here, go over there closer. I can go here to audition, but here I want to load. So I load in that sequence. Now I'm going to go back to program. I want to load the buster that goes along with it. We got the buster right here. We load it in. Oops, I want to go here to buster. Wrong, I want to go here to buster and load that in. Yep, replace that program I just loaded in. See that? It loads it in. Now, I want to see it, so I want to go back to main. I want to go to grid, and I loaded something in to my MPC software from right here with the multi-touch top of my MPC Touch. This is a much cooler way to work. It's much more intuitive, and you can actually work here without using a mouse and going back and forth so often. So now I'm going to look at the back of our MPC Touch. And it's pretty simple. As you can see right here, we've got our power. That's on or off. This is the power where it comes in from. Our adapter that comes with your MPC Touch. Here's the USB input. Right here is our record volume for recording audio in. We have right and left for the input and right and left for the output. Now over here next to that, we've got our phono input. And here is the master volume. And next to that we have our MIDI in and out. Now to use the MIDI in and out, you get these 2 MIDI cables here. And let's open and see what's in here actually, so you can get a good idea of what's going on. You need to just get this. As you can see, there's a MIDI cable right there, and that's the MIDI cable right there. You plug it in, this thing goes in a little hole. We get 2 of these, and we can plug a standard MIDI cable in here and send MIDI data into our MPC Touch right to the software. And there's one more thing I want to show you here. As you can see, right now, if you can see that, you probably see it better now. These two buttons here. This darkens the screen, this lightens the screen. So it's important to know what these buttons are to get a better view. And also on the back of your MPC Touch, you get this little thing that goes in here, right? This little sort of like foot. And it fits right here in the back of it. So it can slide off, or slide it on here, and it comes right out, as you can see right there. I'll take it off of here. Really hard once you get it off of here though, but I think there it is. And that's it there, and it slides right in. As you can see it right there. I can go back to here. Make sure I got it in properly, and slide it back in, and I'm ready to go. So now, and there we go. Okay, so now I've got some sounds in here, and I want to explain more about these buttons on top here in our pads. So we have 4x4, that's 16 pads. And this is just pad bank A. Okay, so we can have up to 8 different pad banks. And that means 16 times 8, that gives us 128 different pads we can arrange out. Now how this works is that, as you see, this is lit here, and that's pad A. And I go to here, that's B. So I select that one, that's C, and this button here gives me D. But you'll notice right below it, there's another letter here, and that's E, and there's F over here, and that's G, and that's H. Now how I can get to those pad banks, I'll hold the shift button down, then hit the pad. You'll notice that the button here turns to amber. And then here also as well. So we know that the second button turns to amber. That means that's the F pad bank. This is the G pad bank. And that's the H pad bank. If I want to go back to A, let's press that button down without pressing down the shift button. Now another popular feature is the note repeat. Now right below our A bank button here, we have the note repeat button. You can see it's somewhat lit a little bit. And if I hold it down, it lights up more. See that? And what I want to do here is, let's pick an instrument. It's repeating a note based on the quantized value, or as the AKAI people call it, time correct. So here in our display, once you hold this button down for note repeat, you'll notice here we have different values. The first one's quarter notes, then 8th, 16th, 32nd, and 64th, right? And so on. So here I'll go back to quarter notes, and I'll hold down this closed hi-hat. So quarter notes, I'll go hit the 8th notes, then 16th notes. So I can change the value of that note repeat. Now I can also latch it. This is kind of cool. So I can press shift. You notice below note repeat it says latch. So that means it'll latch onto it. Now once I select that, you'll notice that the note repeat button is lit now. And it's bright. And this means I can just hold a note down and it'll play according to the quantized value selected, or the timing correct. So here, and that's without holding that note repeat button down. I go to here. I can note repeat. Now if I want to stop that, it's pretty simple. I just go here, press the note repeat button once. That's it. Now once you load some programs in your MPC, you'll notice that it's based off of a velocity sometimes. Like for example, if I hit this pad lightly, hit it harder, it's brighter. You'll notice too the color change. So here under the pad, you'll see if I hit it lightly, it's a real light amber, and I hit it harder, it goes red, right? So that means the velocity is changing. Well, sometimes what you can do is you can go here to do full level. We go to here, and then no matter what I do, it's always going to be full level. You see these pads? They're all lighting red. Without that, see different colors there in the bottom, right? and that's changing full level. Now sometimes you might want to do half level, just depending on what your full level is, which is normally 127 velocity. So I can press shift, and you'll notice here where it says full level, below that it says half level. So I can go to here, right? It lights up, and now whatever I hit, no matter how hard I hit it, it gives me half the level. In case I want to get varying velocities for certain sounds. I'm going to stop that. I go back here, and I'm out of it. Now my next button is this one right here, and this is a 16 level button. And it depends on the last pad I hit. I can hit this pad here, and now it'll take that pad, copy it to all 16 pads, and that same note value of whatever the note value of this pad is. And then I can select different parameters. Now, I'll go to here, and we'll notice here that velocity is selected. So I can go to here, and you can see the varying different velocities. You notice as I hit it though, you'll notice that the main pad that belongs to it will blink, telling me that that's the pad. When the 16 level button is not on, that's the pad of the sample sound that's selected to be copied to the rest of the pads. Now, let's go back to 16 levels again. You'll notice here in the display, we have other parameters. We can go to right here. And that gets us tuning. So for example, right? So we can tune also with 16 levels. So we can go to here. This will give us a filter. That one gives us layer. This is the attack. And this is the decay. So see, the attack stops. That means the very first attack, the very first part of the sound is dying off compared to here. And so we can change the value here by just pressing the button, or a space actually. I keep saying button, but it's actually just a space here on our multi-touch display. And we can select the value that is affected by the 16 levels. Now one more button I want to show you right here on the top, and this is my erase button. And the best way to do this is probably just play a pattern. So we're going to play this pattern from the top. I can erase anything, so I'm going to go back in here. I'm going to press the erase button and go to here. I can erase any pad I want. I hold the erase button down, and I can erase that. Now I can also, I can undo it. Undo button. And I'm back where I left off at. Let's press stop. That's pretty simple. It's an erase button, just erase it. The next button we want to talk about here is the Qlink button, and this is it right here. So we have 4 knobs, these 4 encoder knobs. You know, you can keep turning them over and over. There's no beginning or end. And they just change the parameters value selected for those knobs. And so normally on the MPC Renaissance, you'll have 4x4, 16 knobs. Here, as in the MPC Studio, just 4. So in order to get the rest of them, we click the Qlink button, and we go to the next row, and the last row, right? And this is our Qlink section. Now, right below our multi-touch screen, we have a bunch of buttons here. And obviously, you can see right here below the menu button, it says Browser. Below Main, it says Track. Below Undo, it says Redo. Below Copy, it's Delete. So, if I want to delete something, I'll just press Shift and hit this Copy button. I'm deleting. I want to redo something, I'll press Shift, I'm going to redo. For track, I press Shift, I hit the main button. Of course, it activates track. And of course, the same here for the menu, where we get the browser. So this Shift button helps us maneuver around a little bit more. Now, of course, you have a tap tempo button. I can tap the tempo that I may, well, this song should be this tempo, or I want to start a production, and this is the tempo I want to use. You'll tap your tempo here, that'll be your tempo. We have some basic parameters in terms of recording, and that's record. We can overdub on top of what we recorded. We can stop, we can play, and we can play from the start. Now, you gotta get familiar with these buttons here. So, for example, here, menu. You'll notice here in menu, I have access to a lot of different pages. For example, here I can get to the grid. Right? Go back to menu again. Here I can get to the browser. If I want to load some samples or programming or a song or a project, I can do it from right here. Back to menu again. Here I can pad mute. I can mute any pad, depending on the bank selected. If I go to B, you'll notice now B selected, C selected. Then I can pick the pad I want to mute. I want to mute all these pads here. Pick the pads you want to mute. If an item is on there, that pad, I can mute that pad. Back here to the top again. I can go to menu again. So as you can see here, the multi-touch display allows us to do a lot more than we did before with other MPCs. And this makes it easy for us to get around anywhere within the software. For example, I can go to here and go to step sequence and just add the parts I want to add in the perfect spot within that sequence, and I can step sequence edit. Back to menu again. We do menu. Here we have main. So here in the main, as you can see, we have the main parameters you normally see on the software. For example, right here is sequence. I can go to here, I can turn my knob, I can change the sequence. I can select here, I can change the track in that sequence. So these plus and minus buttons act the same way as this knob does. And next I want to talk about this multi-touch display. So as you know, I can go to here and select that, right? I'll select this sequence. And I can use the knob to change the next sequence, right? If there was another one there. I can also double tap where that triangle's at. And once I double tap, we can see further into what's available for sequences. As you can see here, it says sequence, and then we have a list of how many sequences. And you can scroll up like you're doing an iPhone or an Android device with this multi-touch display, and you can see the available slots for sequences, which is about 128. You can scroll back down, you can select one, or in this case, I'm just scrolling back down to get back to the top again. I want to use 2. Nah, I'm going to use 1. Turn the knob back to 1. And the same thing here for track. Double tap there. Tap again. Oh, there you go. And I double tapped it, and now you can see here, I can scroll for track. If I want to go back to where I was at before, I can go to here. You'll notice there's an arrow right here, right? And I'm back to where I was at before. Now this also works for other parameters. For example, here's velocity. I'll select velocity, and I'll double tap it. Now in velocity, as you can see here, we can do a plus or minus right here. There's a keypad to enter that velocity value in. I can also apply a certain parameter to it. I could times it by 2. And once I get the right parameter value I like, I can say do it. I can use my knob as well here, as you can see here. Plus or minus button. Let's say I go 122 and press do it. And that's it. It stops. It gives me this value. I don't like it. I go to undo. So get familiar with the way to get around to use your buttons here below our multi-touch display, so you know what to do and when to do it. Now to help you get more familiar with your display, I want you to realize too that here on the left-hand side of our display, you'll notice here I have some options. And at times there'll be more options. You'll see a little up and down arrow, either top or bottom, right? So here, a little hut for home, right? And so I can go to here and I get the grid. But notice if I go back here, a little home right there, you'll see certain values appear here, right? Beats and bars appear right here. You can see that. When I go back to grid, we get another set of values that gives us more current information about what appears here in the grid. For example, track, right? That's track 1. And right here I'm on 1. That's track 1 right there for that pad, right? So this pad, I'm here, this is track 1. We see it's 2 bars, right? So be aware of that. When you do select from here, we'll go back here, we're going to use this. And right here, we can see our step sequence. Go right back to here. This is more of that track view right there. Just be aware of it. Now, at the bottom here, you'll see we have solo and mute. Select the track. That's all right here. It's click. Here's time correction right here. So you can select this button here, and we'll have time correction right here. We can close it. This little X right there. We can close that window. Now also, if I want to, let's say, name something, you'll notice here there's a little letter there, like a little A. So I can go right here, I'll select it here, I can press that button there, and I can actually rename the sequence. We have a little keyboard here, space bar. I can even add numbers here like that, back to letters. And once I get the right name, I select do it. Now right here, looks like a little pen or something, right there. And we'll press that. And we're in the sequence section. And here I can edit my sequence. I can erase it. I can clear it. I can transpose that sequence. I can delete bars in that sequence. I would select here, find the bars I want to delete, and delete them, or close that window right there. I can insert bars. I can insert bars right there in the sequence. See? Number of bars. We have 2 bars, and I can insert more bars in here, right? Here, we have length. I can go half length. I can double the length. I can go to here and just double it. Now, go back to sequence, and you'll see here now, it's 4 bars by just doubling the sequence. So you see we're in this section right here. So this little pencil means that we can edit the data for the sequence section. Now the same thing happens here for the track section right here. So I can rename that track. See that? I can also edit the data for that track. I can clear the track. I can explode the track up, as you can see right there. I can double speed events. I can half speed events for that track. I can cancel right here. Hey, and I'm back where I started. Okay, in this lesson, I sort of loaded in a little sequence I've got here, and I want to talk about a few more buttons here. Now, for example, this button here is my loop button. So if I play this pattern from the top, and I press that loop button, it's just going to stop. So it won't loop. Pretty simple, right? I'll put that back on. Now I want to talk about the buttons down here, these little spaces I can hit. Not really buttons, but spaces within this multi-touch display. So for example, right here we have time and correct. I can go to time and correct right here and select my time and correct value. Also, here I have a click. Now sometimes you want to have a click when you're recording something. You may want to have a 1, 2, 3, 4 start. And that's sort of a metronome that gives you a tempo based on the beats per minute of how fast the sequence is that you're about to start playing on, or to hear it back. And we go to click right here. You'll see this window come up here now. And now we can select the click value. So for example, here we have the count in. And that's the part that happens before you can start playing and adding information in the sequence. And this is in record. Now, I can enable it here, of course. I can set the rate to quarter notes or eighth notes. I can double tap there. And as you can see here, I can do quarter note triplets, eighth notes, eighth note triplets, and so on. I can go back to the rate again. This window remains here. I can also change the sound I want to use for my metronome. So here currently we have the MPC click. I can double tap here. I have other options as well. A tambourine. I can use a shaker or a clap. Back to here, I'm back out of it. So I may want to go to here. Since I'm not recording, I'll double tap here. I want to hear it in record and play. I can select my volume for my metronome. So I can turn the data wheel here. See if I do that, see what happened? I'm right there. So you know where you are. Select that first. Then we're going to turn this data wheel and we can change the volume of our metronome. I'll close this window here. I'll press play start and we'll hear the metronome. And that's how it works. Let's turn that click off. I'll go back to here, double tap. Back to where it was at, record. Close that window. And from the top again, play start. Stop. Now next, we have track. So here is my track. This is the sequence, right? So I click here, we see track 2 is kick and snare. Track 3 is the shuffle. Track 4 is the vocals. Track 5 is the kick and cymbal and snare, right? So I can run through my tracks and see what tracks I have available that I've used already or see where I'm at in this sequence called D and B kit. I can also mute. So for example, here if I select the sequence, I can solo or mute a sequence. Let's press play from the top. Stop. Now here I have track, right? And I have this mute and solo. So I can mute and solo a track. So I'm going to press the play start. And I can mute this first track. Go to the next one, mute that one. Next one, mute this one. Next one, mute that one. And go to the next one, go 2 up, and mute the cymbals. Go back down to the first track, then turn that mute off. Next one, put them back in. As you can see, I can bring it right back. Put the cymbals back in. Now everything's in. Let's say I want to just hear the kick drum. I can solo it. So we have mute and solo. Press stop. Now here at the bottom, I have the program. Of course, the sequence, the track, and the program, right? And the same thing applies here in this section here. You'll see here, they're separated by a little line, and here we have a name again. So here, a little letter, I can change the name of the program. Let's go back, and here I can also edit that program. I can delete it, I can duplicate it, I can duplicate it to a track. Let's cancel that. Now I want to show you one more feature of this multi-touch display, which I like a lot. We're going to go back to menu here, and we'll select sample edit. Now here you'll notice we've got a pretty long sample, right? And I can hit the pad and play it, playing straight through. Little shaker, right? And sometimes you're in a sample, you don't know where to go. Well, for one here, I can go to here and move that, and see that? That's that green beginning trim. And here's the end one, which is the red one. I can go from the beginning to the end right here and slide right to the area I want. I can even go to here and just open it up. This is really cool. And get really close down to the minute point right within this one sample. Let's go back to here. Switch it back out again to the edge. Here to the edge again. I have my whole sample here. And I can still zoom in by using my fingers like a pinch. I can do like this. With a pinch, I prefer to use 2 fingers. This way I can stretch it out and see what I'm looking at. But this is a great way for you to view your samples and to look at them rather than having to keep turning a wheel like I normally do. And this is a cool feature with the multi-touch display on our MPC Touch. Well, now it's time to start doing some real lessons on loading sounds and setting up maybe your own drum kit and maneuvering with your computer. So of course it's the MPC Touch, but it's got to be connected to your computer. So you need to know where all your samples are and where your sound libraries are and how to access them. So it's pretty simple. We can press Shift and then we're going to press this menu button, which means we're going to access the browser. Okay. And let's go back again to main, and you want to do it even easier. You can just press this one here, go to main, and select browser. So it's a couple ways to get there, and that's how we get the browser. So as you can see here in browser, what's currently selected here is the song. See that right there? It's currently selected, a little red line right there. And here it has projects, right? This is project selected right here, and it gives us a list of everything that's there. You'll notice here also, there's a little triangle right there, and it says here MPC drum content / drum kits. And this is that folder that's for the MPC. It's on my computer. See, that's a folder right there, right? Now, of course, if I go to here and double tap, it'll show me more than just that. It shows me that folder and other folders. The MPC loop library, essential elements, the vault, MPC documents. You can see that? And I have other items that are on my computer. I can go to my desktop. So I can browse anywhere on my computer. In this case, I just want to use the MPC drum content. Now also, let's say, for example, I want to see samples. Now here, I'll see samples that are already on my MPC. And they're right there. So I can see the samples that we already have, right? I have no sample, I can audition. This little triangle here is my audition. I can go to here, and this is the audition volume. I can increase it or decrease it. See that? And I can go right back here to projects where I left off at. I can select projects right here, and I'll get a current list. You sort of see this most of the time on the software on your MPC, on your computer, and you'll see this list where you have the project, the program, the sequence, and right here you'll see the samples. They're all right there. So now I'm going to go back here, close it out again, and I'm here, I'm in song, right? And I want to select something here. So I'm going to select this thing here, Avenue, right? Nope, right here. It says Avenue right there. And once I select it, I want to load it in. So right here is the load. And it says here, something currently. And do I want to like go to the next sequence and load it? Sure, I'll do that. Let's load it. And it loads it in. Now, that was the song. I want to load the program now. So I press that program button there. And now I'm going to select this. I want to load the program in. So I've loaded in the song, which has the sequences, and I've loaded in the program. Now, sometimes I'm just looking for samples or sounds I want to use, something I'm trying to find. Now, what makes it really easy, one thing with the new AKAI MPC Touch, is the ability to load samples in Audition. So I can go to here, I'll select that little icon there, and that's for samples, And I can just scroll and hear what I want to use. Look for something. Here's something I might want to use. Don't like. Maybe I'll like this one. I just keep scrolling and scrolling anywhere in here. And once I find something I like, I might want to keep it. And I'll say load. It loads it right in. So when you're building your kit, you can pretty much find the samples you want to sort of like use, get to them, and load them in, and then you'll see them. You go to projects right here, and you'll see all the samples right there. See, they're right here. I could scroll down, everything loaded in. I can double tap it again, and I could see it again right here in the sample edit menu. And suppose you got a folder, and you want to load all the samples. Might be just maybe 15 808 drums. You just press Shift, find that folder, press Shift, and you go here and you just press Load All. And you load all the samples in from that folder. So now, you might want to load some sounds in and create some kits. Or just load some sounds in to test them out and see what you want to use for your kit, right? So, the way of doing this is to select Project right here, as you can see. And I can audition. Sounds I like, right? And as you can see here, all 16 pads are yellow, right? And I may want to see where I want to place that sample. As you notice, when I do hit a pad, that's a possible addition pad to place a sample, it turns green. I may want to keep all these, so I can go to a different bank. This bank's empty. I can put that sample right there, right? Now, once you selected that pad and you've got the sample, let me see here, that I want to use, I can press load right there, right? And now that sample appears there. I'm going to put a sample here too. I might go there and use that one. And I might just double tap that and it went here. I can load it, or I can double tap the sample and it will go to the selected pad where I want to place that sample at. And that's pretty cool. And that's using Project. Now we'll use Sample. So we'll use Sample to load. I'll press Sample here. And the beauty of this is that we can actually see the pads right here on our multi-touch display. So I'll go back to the A bank and we can pick my sounds, pick my spaces. And here we know we've got one here and here. And I can just scroll down. And I want to go to here. Once I did that, so what happened? If I have this pad selected there, it just puts it there. See? So make sure your pad's selected first. And then if I want to get this sound, I want to audition first. That one right there, right? That's it. That's the one I want to do. And I just double tap that one and it appears there. I can select my next pad. So you can build your kits up either using Project or Sample. I like Sample because I can actually see it right here on my multi-touch display. And I can see the name of each single sample rather than going in Project and I got to look at the pads. Now, this next lesson, we want to start recording into the MPC Touch. So here I've got a kit, which is already lined up here. We're on track 1, and this is sequence 1, right? So generally, I like to record probably one instrument on each track. But in this case, I'm just going to try and record a pattern first so you get an idea of how it works. And before we do that, we need to probably set up a click track somewhere in the system, a metronome, to give us a pace of how fast or how slow we're going. Now I can probably go here. And here I've set up for a count-in. Record and play. So give me a count-in, right? And then here, enable for record, of course. And then here we have a rate, which is quarter notes. I have a sound selected, which is the MPC Qlink. That's good. I'll close that window now. So, let's just press play. So after that first 4 clicks, it automatically starts recording. So let me get ready now. Okay, I've got my sounds ready to go. As you notice too also, as you hit sound, you'll see the meters go right here. Giving us an idea of how loud the output of the samples are. Okay, we're ready. Let's start recording. So before I get started, I probably want to maybe tap the tempo out. Now the default tempo is going to be 120 BPM per minute, all right? And that's the way the software is set up for your MPC Touch within the computer. So I may want to tap my tempo out. So at a tempo, I think this is probably going to be it. I can press play, get an idea what it's going to be. That's about what I want to have. So now, in order to record this beat in here, what I want to do is press record. And as I do, you notice it's lit. And the play button's blinking and the undo button's blinking, right? So if I don't want to record, I press record again, and I'm out of it. But this will blink and that will blink. Now, if I press play, what will happen, it'll start the count off, and I can start playing the beat. Let me try something else. I'll press stop. Now, what happened here was that we did record first, it went to overdub. Notice that. Now, if I don't like that, I'm pretty much going to record over. I'll just press record, and I'll press play. So see what happened? It went to the top again, and then it started to just overdub it. So let's do it again. Back here. Now you saw what happened? It did it from the middle. So you gotta be very aware of what you're doing when you're starting to record. I want to go to record. I'll press record, but I want to do it from play start. And now it recorded over everything. It erased everything that was there. But notice what happened next. It went to overdub after the first pass. So if you record, you want to record from play start if you have something already recorded into that track. And once it records one time, it goes into overdub, where you can add parts on to your beat. Let's do this again. Now I might want to do some note repeat, right? So I'll just go to note repeat here. I'm going to select eighth notes here. And what I might just do is do a shift and latch it in, and then go right here. And it's playing right through. See that? And I'll take the latch off. And I'll press stop. So I recorded through. You saw we did note repeat, which is kind of cool too as well. And I can always add other parts too. I can find, and I'll go back to here. I'm going to record a good overdub this time, right? And from the top. And in this case, And if I want to practice something, I'll sort of like just I turn the overdub off. And now I can practice. See, I'm not recording that part. We're just practicing here. Okay, got an idea. So I want to record something. I went to overdub. Went and recorded. Now, right now, I can practice again. Let's stop it. And that's how we can record into the track. Now we can also apply anything we learned to this point, which also includes using our 16 levels. We'll play from the top here. Matter of fact, I don't need to click anymore. So I go back here to click. I don't want to have it play in the beginning. So I'll go to here. And I want to go to just in record only, right? And I'll close the window. So as you can see, I can still edit some sort of functions or parameters while the MPC Touch is still playing, which is really great, of course. Now I want to just pick a sound. I'm going to do 16 levels for that sound. Here we go. I'm going to do tuning. That's good. Let me close this out and record. All right, stop it. Now you notice the way I played it was different to the way it was recorded, right? So sometimes you got to go back in and set your quantized value for that sequence. So when you're recording it so that whatever you play fits in to the track. But in this case, we just wanted to record it and give you an example of how I can record elements in that are samples and use the 16 levels tuning or anything else that comes at 16 levels and apply it to the recording process while creating the beat. Another great feature we have here is the ability to zoom in like you would with an iPhone or an iPad or an Android device, where you can pinch and zoom. For example, first you've got to go here to this magnifying glass right there, right? And then I can zoom out. Watch this. I can stretch it. I can go horizontal, go vertical. I can zoom into one area, and I'll press play. Start. And you'll notice that the sequence is scrolling along. And we see where we are in the sequence as it scrolls. Let's stop that. Let's zoom in tighter. Let's get like this. And now I'll play from the top again. And now we're not scrolling anymore. So I can set my view for how I want to see the sequence and how I might want to edit that sequence. I can also select any notes I want by hitting a pad. So, for example, I've got the hi-hats at A3. So I'll hit that, and that selects those hi-hats. I can move anywhere and select something. There you go. I hit the pad 3, I selected that. The kick drum, the snare drum, the hi-hats. Hit the pad, I select all those notes in that one track. I can also select one note. So here I've got this little box selected, which is right next to our magnifying glass. And so what I probably want to do is select one note. And let me see if I can just touch one note. There you go. I got that one note. When I select that note right there, that note is selected. So rather than selecting all the notes, I can pick the note that I want to actually edit its data. I can also erase notes. I can go right here and say, this is an eraser right here, next to that box, and I want to erase a note. Let's say I want to erase that note. That note is gone. I can undo it. That note is back. So I can erase notes. I can also write notes in. Here, I can write. It's my pencil. I'm going to write a note in. Let me see something here. I may want to write a note in here. So let's go here. And I'm going to go back to here. Widen it up some, right? I want to put a note right there. Let's see. We want to put these notes at. I may want to put it right there. So I'm going to go here to write now. And write it there and write it there. And press play. So it's written in right there for me. I can stop it. I want to write it someplace else. So let me see here. Nope, let's undo that. I want to write that in. Let's undo that. So I can write stuff, take it out. I want to stop writing. I probably want to scroll here a little bit. And then I want to write again, and I want to write a note right there. Nope, not there. Let's undo that and put it right there. And play from the top. I'm going to go back to here. And so while it's playing, I'm going to do some editing. I'm going to erase a note now. I'm doing this all live. Let's go back to erase. Erase that note there. Stop it. This note right there. Okay, I'll take that note up. So I got that note going on. This note. I may want to change this note a little bit. So I'll press play. Okay, got an idea. I'm going to write, which is good. And next what I want to do is write something else here. And erase this one off of there. So I'm just writing as I go along. So while we're actually recording a track or listening back to a track, we can write it in right into the multi-touch screen. And this makes it much easier to work. And you can get really creative by just seeing how the patterns work and say, well, I want to use the same pattern like here and here and put it here. And it helps you to select what you want to use when you want to use it. And you can see how it affects your sequence. Now here I want to talk about the timing correction of the quantized value set for that particular sequence. Now here, as you notice, when I actually went in and I selected the note repeat, and it gave me these hi-hats right here, which are right here. And I play them. That's eighth notes. I can change that though. So as you can see right here, these are eighth notes. Right here. And they're set according to the grid values, right? So what I want to do is I want to go back in. So I'm going to go back here, this little house here for home, which means the main. And you see main's lit again here. And here in the lower left-hand corner, we see TC for time correct. And you notice here, I have it set for 16th notes now. Before, when I first started, it was 8th notes, and now I set it to 16th, and then we'll say do it. And so I want to go back to my grid value again. So now, for example, I'm going to hit this hi-hat, and you see how the hi-hat's length of each note is 8th notes. I have selected here end, so I want to edit the end of those notes. I'll turn my data wheel, and now you see they've gotten shorter, right? And those are 16th notes. I'll go back to home, which is main again. I'll go to TC right here. Let's go to 32nd. And I'll say do it. I'll go back to grid mode. And I have the edit ending. And I've made him smaller. See that? And I can see it still plays the same way. And it still plays the same way, but we see the data a little bit smaller because it's fit into that 1/32nd note as it appears there. So I can edit the end of the note. I can also edit the start. I can transpose a note. I can change its overall velocity too as well. Now when I see velocity, I want to change the velocity. Normally I want to see the window for it. So I would just go to here, and then I'll see this window come up here, the same way you would see it in the software. And so here, for example, I want to just edit, I go here with velocity, and I could change the velocity. Now watch as I scroll down, I'm changing the velocity of all the hi-hats. Let's play it back. Now all the hi-hats are changing, their velocities are changing. You can see it's turning yellow, a little amber more than yellow. As I go higher, it's getting redder. And you hear it louder now. Let's press stop. So I can change the velocity for those elements. If I can't see it too, I can go to here again, and I can really see it, right? And I can bring it down. You see me bring it down there like this. Whoa, look at that. And you can see it gets yellow at the bottom and red at the top. And you can see the velocity data appear here. As I turn this data wheel, it gives me how loud that velocity is or how soft it is. If I want to close this view, I'm going to hit right here. There you go. And I close the view, and I'm back to my grid the way it was before. Okay, in this lesson, we're going to do more of this moving of samples around, but we're going to nudge them. How can I describe this? The real major thing is that we're working with a drum machine. It's too mechanical, and at times you don't want that all the time. You want to have it where it's almost really sounds good, and it's almost a human feel, where it's right there and you feel the flow of it rather than this really hard robot feel to it, right? So what we want to do is we want to nudge the value. So for example, I'm going to select nudge here. You see this in the grid right here in the bottom. That's the nudge right there. And I'm going to try this with these hi-hats. But first I want to go back to main, and then we want to look at the time correction, which is TC right here. And there I'm at 32, right? So this is going to be pretty cool. Press do it. We know at 32. I'm going to go back to grid. And now I'm going to play the pattern. Now I'm going to turn this dial and nudge it a little bit. That's out of time. See that? I'll turn it one time forward. And stop it. Now you notice here, as I change it, you'll see the value change right there. Just for a quick second, it shows you the value change. And you see the events for the hi-hat move, right? And you see this here, it moves by 1 and 2, it moves by almost, let's see, it says 2, 4, and it's 2, 4, 12. So almost 12 steps it moves out of sync. So I'm going to go back here into the main, go back to TC again, and I'm going to go here to off. Now I'm going to press do it. Go back to grid mode. And now, as I change it, watch this. It's barely moving. See what it's just barely moving. And now it's moving. Now let's listen to this. I'll press play. I'm going to move it forward a little bit. Now you don't hear it too much, but the hi-hats are a little bit ahead of the beat. They're more aggressive than the kick and the snare. I'm going to move it back some now. Now the hi-hats are somewhat behind the beat. I'll move it up a little bit more. They're just a little bit behind the beat now. And I'll do this sometimes in order to get a certain feel for certain elements within the drum mix of all my drum sounds. I may want to have a stronger hit on, let's say, the kick drum or the snare drum. I want to snap it a little more. So for example, here I'm going to send this back to where it should be at, right here. right there, and then play it back. And I'll move it down to just the snare drum right there, and now I'm going to make it a little bit ahead of the beat. I'll play it where it's at. Now it's a little bit ahead of the beat now. I'll go exaggerate now. So it's too much, right? Now it's a little bit ahead of the beat here, a little bit. Now you can almost hear it, but nudging some sounds around will get you from that mechanical feel. Now normally I won't use every element. So for example, here I have 4 different snares. I might nudge the value of the one on 2 or the ones on 4 in each measure. So you gotta get an idea of what feels right. But this is how we can nudge the value of any instrument. You can also go back in here and select an individual instrument to nudge. I may want to nudge just that one right there. I'm in nudge value, and I could move that one forward. See that? I can move it anywhere within the grid, and maybe I want to make that one instrument nudge a little bit more to get away from this robotic feel and get more of a flow that I like better than being a robotic. As one thing also I want to show you also is the ability to transpose a note, right? So I have a note right here, and I'm going to put it right in twice, actually. I'm going to write one here, too. Nope, let's undo that. I'm going to put it right over there. Good. And I'm going to press play start. That one's out of time, see? So I'm going to take this one here and move it over there. So I can take notes and move them around. That's kind of cool. I'm going to go right here. I'm going to go back to my main. I'm going to go to my time correction again. I'm going to get somewhere near maybe 30-second notes again and press do it. And we're going to go back to the grid. And I can also take a note and transpose it over the grid or move it up into a different instrument. I may have a feel I like for one note, but I may want to have another instrument play that one feel. So for example, I'll go to here. So I'm going to take this event and move an event someplace in the mix. I'm going to go here, that little box right there, so I can select an instrument. I selected that one right there. Now I'll use my data wheel, I can move it here. And you can hear I change it, it's a different sound, right? That's it there. And so I can change and move any of these elements, these events here for any instrument to any other pad if I want to. And that's using the transpose right here. Now there are other elements here in the grid I can also use actually, and that is I can do the start, the edit start, and change the start time. As you see here on these snare drums, I can change the start time on them. You see it right here, and I'm going to change them, and I'll play it back. So I'll move it back to where it should be at. So I can change the start, I can change the end of it, make it shorter. Start and end. I can make sure I don't snap to a grid. I can add something in here and say I don't want to snap to a grid. And I can use snap, don't snap, and then put that, so just barely, it's barely on. So let's see if I can go back to here. And I'll say just don't snap the grid. You'll notice that these notes are directly right on that grid, see? And if I don't want to snap the grid, I can say, I want to put a note there, but I don't want it to be so on, so tight, locked to the grid. And you can learn more about using don't snap the grid in the manual as well. Now I've got on the track in here. Let's hear this track back a little bit from the top. Okay, so we'll press stop. What I want to do is get different levels. So it's important sometimes, I guess most of the time, when you're working on your beat or with your production, you want to get certain sounds louder than others or panned left or right, right? So to do that here on our MPC Touch, we're going to press menu here. I'm looking for Program Edit, which is right here. This is Program Edit. So I'm going to go right here, Program Edit. And now I've got the ability to edit the program. And so the program essentially is each pad has a sound on it. And that sound is programmed in a certain way. And one way is also the volume or the pitch and the tone of that sample. And then where it is in the stereo field. Is it more left or is it more right or is it dead center? So here, as we can see here, I can tap right here and you'll see that says volume, right? And so I'll hit a pad and I get the volume for that pad. My next pad I hit, I get a volume for that. So I can adjust the volume of certain sounds. I can play it back. I may want to also play some. I want to put that in there actually. So I put that little snare drum in there now. So I can change the level. So the level that's up, right? I've got hi-hat. So what I might want to do is change the pitch. So I can go here. I can fine-tune the pitch. Or I may want to really adjust it and play it. So I adjusted it. See that? I adjusted everything. Notice that. So I'm in that program. Be careful about that. When you're affecting the whole program sometimes in some of these samples. See that? Back at the top. Because that sound belongs to the entire program and it's pitched that way. And this is a program I loaded in from the MPC preset programs that come with our MPC Touch software. So next, I can also change the panning. Here's the panning. I can go from left to right. So here, I'm all the way left, all the way right rather. And over here, I'm all the way left. So you may want to change the panning of some sounds in the mix. I myself prefer the snare to be just a little bit off center and the kick drum to be more on center than the snare drum is, depending on what you're looking for. Now you'll also notice here in this program edit here, we have master. So I'm in master, we see everything. This is the master overall, right? And so also I can hit a pad. We want to add effects. We see effects here, LFO modulation, filter envelope, pan velocity control, and samples. So I'm going to start with effects right here. Now here in effects, I can add an effect to whatever pad I select here. So I selected this pad right here. And you see here there are inserts. So in order to put an effect in here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4 different slots. I need to set it up so we're ready for it. So right here, I can turn them all on. See, turn all on. So now they're all on to receive. It says no effect in 1, 2, 3, or 4. Now to put an effect in, you see a little right there. We tap twice as always. And now we get a list of the effects that are offered to us. So we'll look down, scroll down here, look at some effects. Let's look for something we like. I'm going to try this. This is something you can tell when you hear it, it's a delay. And now I'll play it. So I hit the pad one time and we hear that delay going on, right? Now I'll just press play. And I'll stop it. And you can hear it. It's just delaying on and on. I can also add more effects. I can go to here, double click there. Now let's try something else that we can definitely hear more of, which is probably going to be like a little bit of a reverb maybe. Or nonetheless, I got a better idea. Let's try this flange. I haven't tried a flange in so long. Let's do the flange thing. And hear it? Ooh, the flange is in there. I might add something else to that. Just to give you an idea that we can add a bunch of effects on any one sound within this range. So I'm going to go back here. I want to hear, oh, a gated reverb. That might be cool. So you hear the delay, you hear the flange, and the reverb. So it goes to delay, flange, reverb. Let's play it back. A little bit crazy, a little too far out there, but you get the idea. We can add effects to any one of our pads. So here I've got a program. This is called Otherworld. And this is Otherworld is the sequence. We'll play from the top. And what I want to do is probably add a bass or some sound. And this lesson is all about using Keygroup and how to create your own Keygroup. Now, so far, as you can see, this icon here represents the drum group, right? So I'm making drum patterns, drum programming. So I've got a bunch of drum samples. We play the pads, we can do that. But at some point, we want a melodic instrument like a keyboard or something where we can play notes and chords maybe, or just create a bass line. So here's how we can do that. First of all, I want to create a brand new track. So I'm going to go to here. I'm going to double tap there. I'm going to see that 2 is unused, and I can create track 2, right? And so next what I want to do is I want to make sure it's going to be a program which is going to be a key group. Now right here you'll see a little icon. Looks like a couple of keys there, right? That's my key group program. I'll press that. And now I select the key group. You'll notice what happened here. It created the name track 2. So it gives me a name because now I'm starting to do some editing within this track. And what I want to do is create a bass. So here I've already named this bass. As you know, you can do that from right here. And I can press do, leave it alone like that. And then if you don't see anything, you can always go to here, press the plus sign to add a new program. Or you can double tap here, and you'll see a list of programs available, right? So get your face familiar with everything on here. It's important. Now, in order to create this program, they have not completed some parts of the software. So in order to do that, we have to go to our computer. So we've loaded a program in, and we've got some sounds going on here. And you'll see, so we got that bass sound in there, and you can see they're on all the pads here. And I've selected, as you can see here from the top, we're using pretty much just that E-bank. So the E-bank is the pitch that's closest for us to play these sounds at. And so next what I want to do is pretty much play it and record it. So let me turn my camera around so I can get a little better view here so we can get an idea what's going on here. And I would just go into the track, maybe overdub, start from the top. So just to give you an idea that you can bring a program in, make it a key group program. Once you do, you want to find the right sample. Now on the current version of the MPC Touch, you can't go in and do a key group program yet. So you have to go to your computer and create the program, but then you can come back and play it here on the pads. Okay, so I've already created that group, played a little bass to it, and now what I want to do is show you we can still see the grid. So here's the grid, and here are the notes I played right here. I'll play from the top again. And I can also transpose these notes. So of course I can probably pull this down somewhat. Let's see, we're going to go right back to here, right? And there are my notes right there. I want to see what it look like here. And I can select the note. So I'm going to go to here and select the note right there. That note is selected. And I may want to change the transposition. So here I have transpose selected here, and then I'm going to go up to here. Let's go right to about here. Play. So I can change the pitch of a note. It's still selected, so I can probably bring it down again to where it was before. You can check out, see what works best for you. So the purpose of this lesson is generally to give you an idea that we can not only record it on the pads, we can change its length. We can do the same thing we did in the drum program where we can nudge that value of that event. We can edit the start point of that event. We can edit the end point of the event. We can transpose, and we can change the velocity as well here in the key group section. So I'll pull up here. We're going to pull up the lanes for velocity, and you'll see it right here, right? And then I can go to here and change velocity, and I could bring the velocity down for that one note. Or select a different note, this note right here, and bring its velocity down somewhat. So this is the same as in the drum group programming here in the grid. And I'm able to control all those events in the grid with these parameters. Now, another way to create beats and create a sequence within the MPC Touch is to use step sequence. So you can do that. The icon appears right here, right? So here I am in main, and you see it right there. And you click right there, and now we're in step sequence. Now the first thing you want to do also in main is to also select yourself a program. You're going to make sure you've got some drum sounds set up here, and you've got some sounds set up for you to work with the step sequence. Now, I'm going to also use menu, and in menu, I can get the step sequence again, and it's right here. So there's two ways to get there. And sometimes in some other windows, you will see this icon, and that represents a way to get to the step sequence window. Now here we are. This is the step sequencer window, and let's explain some of these parameters we have here. At the top is the icon. Of course, this is track 1. If I go back to the main, this is track 1 and sequencer 1, right? Let's go back here to the step sequence window. So it's track 1 in sequencer 1, and the sequencer length is set to 2 bars. Of course, this is the BPM, the current location of the cursor. That's our top menu. Now, the first pad has been selected. And this pad is a kick drum. So let me go back here to main. That's my kick drum. And so I've selected that first pad as kick drum. And I'm going back to step sequencer. And what I can do is I can have steps from the beginning to the end of where I want to place a particular note. So this is all based on a subdivision or a time division, as you see right here. And this is in 16ths. Now, to make this easier to explain it to you a lot better, I'm going to go back here to where it says bars. I'm going to turn the data wheel and make it just 1 bar. Okay? That's just 1 bar in length. Now, I'm going to press play start. That's what across here. This is just 1 bar. I'm going to tap that one there. And you see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, right? So the loudest one's here, right? So I hit it twice there, right? Now I can get rid of some of them. I'm just hitting a pad to do this. I hit it the second time, that note leaves. And we'll see it here. So now we got a full view, and you're going to see it here. So you're going to notice as I press the play start button, there's a green light that cuts through here. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So this is 1, 2, 3, 4. And so I have 16 spaces I can actually place a beat on between the first and the last beat in my 1-bar sequence. Just I hit that pad, it goes red, right? That's softer. Now if I hit it again, it's not there. Hit it hard enough, hit that hard enough. So maybe I want to select another pad. So what I'll do is I may stop this. And I want to test my pads out. So I want to do a pad selection here. And then as I do pad selection, I'm no longer in that mode where I hit a pad and it actually lights up here and in a position, in a place it's supposed to be in. I'm selecting a pad. So I want to do these hi-hats. I want to use these hi-hats here. And we're going to get out of that now. And so you'll see here it says pad A3. And what I can do is put the hi-hats in. So I want to put them in. And I'm going to do. And now I'll play it. So you see, in each step, I'm left 1/8 notes. I can do 16ths too. So all the pads are lit there. Let's go back to 16ths, or 8ths rather. I can do pad selection again whilst playing along here. And then I want to get out of that. So I want to put it on 2 and 4. I think I'll do that. Out of here. Matter of fact, pad selection, 2. And I can see it right here in the menu. And I can also go back to different pads. This is my hi-hat pad. This is my bass drum pad. And you see, as it goes by, you'll see them light up a little bit right here. Let's press stop. And I'm just doing step sequence. So I want to change something I can, or change the pattern. But that gives you an idea how you can use step sequence to create a drum pattern without having to play it in time to the music. And you may want to try and just develop an idea or something, see how it works. Now, you'll notice that I'm just using 1 bar, right? As you can see, we're just floating through 1 bar here. That's because we're quantized at subdivision here of 16ths. Now, if I wanted to do more than 1 bar, let's say I go here to 2 bars for now. And then I'll press play start. Then the other bars are blank, right? We only see this first bar, right? So you'll notice here on the bottom, we have TC for quantize, for the timing correction, and we have bars here. So I can go here to my next bar, and now it says bar number 2. And this is the kick drum, right? So I'm creating another pattern here. So let's go to the next one. I'm going to go back here, and I want to go to the other part here, and I want to probably put the hi-hats back in here. I'm just creating parts here. I'm going to go back to the other pad. As you can see, I'm just creating this pattern using step mode. Stop. And that's how you do it. And now I want to explain a little bit more about this step sequence mode and get a little more complicated for you. Now, you'll see here we have a nudge value, so I can change the nudge value. As we showed you earlier, we did that in the main. And I can change the value based on the timing correction. So for here, for example, we're in 16th notes. So I really wouldn't want to do that too much, but as you can see here, when we get to timing correction, we can apply a swing value. We can apply the strength right here, the window, just 100 here. And then we have the shift timing as far as how I'm going to shift it over just a little bit if I want to just shift to be a little bit to give it a different feel to it. Now also here, you'll see we have, this is 1 through 16, right? That's my 16th space, but I can do back to here. So doing 1 to 16, go to tap right here. I'll do 30-second notes, right? So I have 30 seconds now. Let me go back, 30-second notes that is. And I just want to do one bar. And from the top. So you see it go by one time. Right? But here, I can do 17 to 32. So, go back to here. 1 through 16 is the first 2 beats. 17 to 32 are the next 2 beats. So it's just dividing them up, and each space here is a space between, for example, here, this is a space between 1 and 2. So, let's go to a different pad. And this pad is a hi-hat pad. Now, if I fill it up, let's go here actually. And then I want to go through to 17 and 32. And now I want to play it back from the top. Those are 16th notes. And you see as it goes through, this is the 17 to 32. This is the 1 through 16. So what it's allowing us to do is to have more subdivisions between the first beat and the second beat. Now, if I was just going to do 16th notes, I go right back to here. Double tap here, 16th notes. Wow, you see it here. All the 16 notes are filled up. This is just one beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. See that? So in this division, we have 16 steps between the first beat and the last beat that we can place the hi-hats in. Wow, when we're in time division here, open this up again, we go to 32, we have 32 steps that we have between the first beat and the last beat. Now, this next lesson, we're going to start dealing with samples, and I'm going to show you how the sampler section works on our touch. So I'm going to menu here, and I want to select Sample Edit. So once I'm in Sample, as you can see, we have a sample right here, right? This is the bass drum. So I can select the sample I want to select and place it here by just tapping there and picking my sample from a list of samples I've already loaded in, right? So I've got this one. I'm going to try this one here, and this one's a bigger sample. This is a pretty big sample. It's a little piece from a CD that we actually sell called Off the Record, and we've got a bunch of samples here. And there are actually a bunch of little loop parts. I want to find something I can use. And the reason why I pulled this up, because it's kind of big. And this will give you a good idea of how we can sort of chop a sample up and work with it. So here you'll notice that we have a start and an end point, right? That's pretty far. Then we got a loop. Do I want to loop it or not? No need. And we can tune the sample, as you can see right here too, right? Now, since the magnifying glass is on right there, what I can do is I can spread it out like this, right? And get to somewhere I think it's going to be, well, no, up there. Or go someplace else. I can take this first area here and I can go right to where I want to be. Let's say I want to go to here. I can't see how close I am to the beginning of this sample. And I want to add a little bit more and get closer and then get closer. Move it over and get closer and closer so I can get a much better view of the sample. This is a much better way to work. And then I can just get close to it. And I think that'll work. And so now, I'm going to put it back in together, close it in, close it in, close it in, close it in. And now it's playing it. So I hit a pad. It's taking its time to run through. As you can see what's happening, it's scrolling through the sample, and as it does, it's showing you the sections it's playing back. So I can pick out the parts I want. I just hit one pad. And it's playing through the entire range of this sample. And we see the little red flag right there in the bottom. That's the end of it. Right? So I got to this part right here, which is the beginning, that I want to probably keep, let's say, and just test out if I can get to that point. Now what I'm doing here is I'm trying to get a sample off of this huge sample and get a piece I want to use as a little piece of a sample loop or something. So we need to understand more about the pads before we can go further. Now when you're in sample mode, these pads light up. And so this first pad will play the entire sample, no matter whether I've come here or brought the end to there. And so I pull this end up somewhat. I pull this end over here and I start to play it. This will play the entire sample. See? It's going to keep playing it all the way to the very end. So let's pull this over here. I'm going to pull this right about here, we'll say, right? And I'm going to hit this pad here. And it stopped. Because this pad will just play the sample size I've selected. So here, I selected just this size here, right? So let me find something else I want to get. Let's try here. Move this cursor over here. And I'll hit this pad here. It's only playing that one section. So this only plays the sample. I have to hold it down to play the whole sample. So this is a one shot. I hit it once, it plays it right through. That's a one shot. This one, I have to hold it down to play it. If I pick it up, it stops. Now each one of these pads has a function. So for example, the first one is a play to loop. This is play to loop start. Play from loop start. Play loop continuously. I play the entire loop. And this one here is to play from start, play to start, play to end, play from end. This is play from start, play to start, play to end, and play from end. There's a lot that goes on here, right? So I hit that, it says play from end. So it's playing from the end, see that? I go back here, and it stops. Because this one here says, if you hold me down, I'll play. But if not, forget it. I can tap here. It's playing from the end of that sample. This is playing from the end of the sample itself. So it finds the midway point and plays from the end of the section I've already selected. This plays just right before that comes in. Play start. And that plays the start of the sample. So here, it'll play from the start and go through, like this one was. Now it's important to sort of remember what these functions do, but you can always read it in your manual, and you'll also see it on the software. So I've done that. Let's go here. We're going to look at this sample here and get an idea of what we're doing here. So we got to find the beginning of this sample. And this is so cool. You can just pinch out, look at it, get closer. So I'm just going to zoom in and keep zooming in here. And you also have a zoom in button here. I can zoom in, see that? I can zoom in there. And then I want to go to here and bring it closer, that start point. I'm going to bring the start point a little closer. So get on that little green flag and move it right there. I want to start from there, I think. So I can tell. I'll zoom out. So this is a zoom in, zoom out button. So one side zooms in and one side zooms out. So here I'm on that green point right there. I'm going back to here. I want it in the middle here for me to see. So now I want to get the end. So I'm going to go right here, move it closer and closer. I want to zoom in now. So zoom in. And we want to get right to where we call this a zero crossing. So the middle is 0. And this is like a waveform. So it goes up and down across 0. I want to get to 0 so I know I have the end of this sample. Now right about there looks like it's about right. So I'll play this. I can't tell. So as I remember, this pad here is a continuous loop. And as you can see, we're looping the sample up. Now, this is important to understand, that when you're actually trying to loop up loops, you want to make sure that the beginning and the end are exactly where they should be. As you can see, I stopped holding that pad down. This plays over and over. I just stopped it real quickly by hitting that pad. But as you can see, that I can pick the section I want to pick that I like and loop it. So here I have another new sample I've zoomed in on, and I want to show you something else here. If you select the start, you can look at the start. So let's say I zoomed in a lot more. I'm trying to zoom in more here and get a better feel for this sample. See, it's going to curve up here a little bit, so I think here's pretty good. So I'm going to roll back a little bit to get an idea. Yep, it's not curving up much, so I want to probably come in somewhere right around here on this sample, maybe. I see it getting ready to take off, so I see the curve there. I don't want to get too close to the curve. Make sure I'm really close to 0, to the middle, when I get my point to start. Now, that's the start point. You notice the start point is sort of already set there. You see the red lines around start. If I tap here for end, I can see the end. And then I can go to here and move this closer and get to the end. And this is a cool way, just if you are zoomed in all the way, you want to see the beginning and the end accurately without having to zoom back out and in. That works. So I've got a sample that I took that I like. Okay, so I'm looping it here. And I could zoom back out and you'll see it's just here. Let's say I don't want this part here, nothing else in here. I don't want any of that stuff. Now what I could do is I can process this sample. So you'll notice I have my start time and my end time here. This is my length. That's the loop length right there. I can also retune that sample if I want to as well. But in this case, I just want to get a slice out. So I'm going to go right here on the bottom. You can see it says process, right? I'll select process here. And now you'll see I have the ability to do a few things. Here, I can get the piece I want. And here you'll see a garbage can here and a garbage can here. This means I can discard the rest of it. And this blue area is the area that I would keep. That'd be my sample. Now, I could do that, but I think I probably want to keep the rest of the stuff. So I want to extract the sample. So let's go to here, double click here, and now this select function window opens up, and it gives us different options. I can delete the piece in the middle if I don't want that. I can silence that one piece. And here's what I want. I want to extract that piece out and make a brand new sample. So I want to pull this sample out of there and make a brand new one. So I'm going to go to here. And when I do, we see this little icon box here showing you in an icon way what's going to happen. It's going to extract it, make a new sample, and edit the name. Now here's the name it came up with. It gave me a name already, right? So I have a name there already, right? So I can go to here, Maybe I want to change the name. I'll call it, let's go back to here. And I'm going to call it, let's go to here, right there. Back up one more space. I'm going to call it docs and loop. And then do it. I got a name for the sample now. And I'm going to press do it. It processed it and it did it. But we still have the same sample right here. So I need to find that sample again, just in case I just want to see it. Without seeing the rest of this here, I want to find that sample. So I'm going to go right here, double click here, and we're looking for it. So maybe it's in alphabetical order here. There it is. Docs loop. And there's the sample right there. And this is my extracted sample. There's the name. And we see the length of the sample right here. If I want to play it, that's it. Now here I've got my sample, and I sort of like it. It fits, it's good. And when you get a sample, you want to make sure the sample is that peak volume. As you can see here, this is the waveform, and we have a left and right stereo thing going on here. And we're going to make sure that the sample is at the maximum peak loudness at the part of the sample that is the loudest part of the sample. Now you see you have these pieces that peak up and down, and this is probably the loudest peak. I'm going to make sure that it's loud enough. And what solves that is by using normalization. So here, we'll go back in here. After extract, we have normalize. And you can see from the icon here, what happens is that we can take a low sample and raise it to a peak here, where the loudest section, which is right here, is expanded to reach the maximum peak without distortion. And so what I want to do here next is I want to do that. So I like this. I just want to check and see if it will do that. And then we want to normalize. So I can say do it. And it does. And we'll play it back. Seems the same. But I like to do that anyway to make sure that I've got the right peak, the right power in my sample. This way, when I sit down, I have to do some sort of compression and maybe volume changes. I want to make sure I'm getting the best possible sound. So we'll go back to process again, and we'll double click there. And sometimes you may want to reverse the sample. You never know. And so here we can reverse the sample. And here just reverses it. So I'll go back here to do it, and I've reversed it, and we'll play it. Pretty cool. So I just pressed undo it to go back to where I was at before. Now you can also take a sample and you could fade in. So it just fades into the beginning. It's just a linear fade right here. Here's a log fade, exponential fade. Cancel. You can fade out too. Let's go back to process. We'll double click here. We can fade out as well. And the same parameters, as you can see, we have for the fade out of that sample. To cancel that, let's go back in here again. Double click here. Now we can also pitch shift a sample. So we can change its pitch. Now when you do that, you're actually going to change the pitch of all the drums in this particular sample. But that works well sometimes with maybe a vocal or a horn part. But if you do sort of pitch it, you're going to also make it faster or slower. So here, let's say if I were to come in here and I'm going to pitch shift this sample, and we'll select pitch shift here, and then I come here. As you can see, I can make it faster or make it a little bit slower, and this is shifting by 1. That's 1 step. Here's 2, here's 3. So we'll try 3 here, and we'll press do it. Now play it back. So it's a little darker, a little lower, including the snare drum. I'll stop that. We'll undo that. So you can hear it now, the difference when I pitch shift it down. Now we'll stop that. Now next, I don't want to pitch shift it, that's for sure. But what I want to do next, you can turn my little dial here, I can time stretch it. Now sometimes you're working with a beat and you may want to fit a particular tempo. Maybe the rapper needs that, or a DJ wants to have it fit something in a special mix he's making up, and he wants to take this one loop and he wants to probably take it and use it several times at maybe different speeds or have just one speed. And here's where you got to think about what you're doing. Now, for example, let's close this out, let's cancel this out. We know this loop is about 4 bars. So we know it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Loop 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 beats. We'll go back to the process again here. And you can see it says beats. So I'm going to move my cursor right there. It says 8 beats there, right? But it's not. So we're going to tell it what it is. This is 4 beats. So at 4 beats, the original tempo is 107.5. And you can see that right there. So now I got my original tempo set up, and I see it's 107.5. And what do I want to do next here? I probably want to make a new tempo, right? So here, I want a new tempo. And I can turn this data wheel here. As you see, I'm turning it. It still has that 0.5. I don't even want that. So I may want to go to something extreme just for an example. And I want to open that up maybe. So I just push this button in now, and I can really get me a really good new tempo. I can go back in here, and I can go like that and press do it. And now I've got the tempo I want, which is 120. Pretty fast tempo. Now this will time stretch the sample. And what that means is that I'm going to keep the same pitch of the drums. We're just going to stretch it out so it fits, or squeeze it in to make it faster without correcting the pitch of the sample. So if I like that, I can press do it. And now it's very accurate, and it's much faster. That's 120 BPM. And that's how we can time stretch our sample. We're keeping the same pitch, we're just stretching it out. So here I want to go over some of the features you're going to see here on the sample section for sample editing. So here, of course, is the start, and this is the end of the sample. So I play it here. This is the end of the sample, and that's the end in terms of samples. And right here would be loop. If I was going to loop it, it would loop back to this number right here. Then we have slices, which we'll cover in our next couple of videos. First, we're going to teach you more about this overall screen. Then we have tuning, whether I want to tune this sample or not. Whether I feel I need to tune it up or down. I can play it back now. See, it's up, way up there. Stop it, now play it. So you gotta stop it, then play it. So even if I turn this knob, you'll notice that it's not affecting it whatsoever, right? But I have to stop it, then play it. Then I can turn this again. and we have the exact pitch. Now, exact pitch is this here. This is the root note, which is C3, better known as middle C on your keyboard. And that means whenever that note is struck, and then this sample, let's say, is in a program, that would be the natural pitch of it. That means that it'll play the way we're hearing it right now. Any half steps up or down, it will decrease its pitch as we do here in tuning. So, if I were to make a key group, middle C would be the natural pitch of this sample, the way we're hearing it now. Now next, here in the bottom are just destinations. For example, this is trim. And in trim, you'll notice here that we have the pads. And these pads are set up in this way, as you already know, as I explained before, in various ways. So I can actually play a sample from the beginning, or hold it down to play it, or this will play straight through to the end as a one shot. And that's set up for that purpose. And that's trim. Now, if I go hit a program, you'll notice that this pad is the pad of the sample. If I hit it real light, it's light. So its velocity is affecting the loudness of this sample. If I hit it hard, it's playing loud. So the reason why this is lit green and we're in program means that this sample is at A16. Because you can see from right over here. Let me turn on the camera so you'll see it better. Get up a little bit more. And you'll notice here that A is lit. That's A16. That means that that sample is located there in the program, in the current program that I'm using. So here is zoom. I could zoom out and zoom in. See, so I'm zooming in on the back end of it, right? As you can see here, we're zooming. And here's the beginning of the sample. I can zoom, of course, with that. And then here we have assign. I can assign my sample to any pad. So I can assign slice to a pad, non-destructive slice. And the current program is called Buster. Or I can select a program if I had more programs, and I would select one and assign this sample to that program. And of course, here's process. We went over before earlier the various processes I can use to edit my sample, whether it's stereo to mono, bit reduction, reduce the bit depth, copy the sample, increase the gain, time stretch, pitch shift, fade in, fade out, reverse, normalize, extract, silence, delete, discard, all that is right here in process. I can cancel that. Now I want to talk about one more thing here. These group of knobs here, which are known as the Qlink knobs, and they act the same way on, I guess, all the MPCs now in relationship to samples. So for example, here, as you can see, this first knob moves in increased increments as I can trim my sample in large increments, right? And you'll notice here in starts, it's moving by thousands, right? So here I move a little bit, it's 1,000, 2,000, 3,006. I go to my next knob, it's moving in hundreds, see that? And the next one's moving in tenths. And this one is in the single digits. So I could zoom in and then move closer in different ways to my sample. And this is really cool. And that's for the beginning. And this is our Qlink here, and this is Qlink 1, right? And the next row, my Qlink button again, and this is the second row, and you'll see this affects the end of the sample in the same way. Thousands, hundreds, we got tenths and single digits. And here in the last one, I could zoom, see this? I could zoom in. Let's cancel that. I'll go back to here. So I could zoom in anywhere. See, I'm zooming in from the end right there. So we can adjust our sample length, and we can also zoom in with our Qlink knobs. So I've loaded in a different sample, and this is a new sample, so we'll play it from here. And this sample is 90 BPM. I'll stop it. And sometimes what you want to do is you may want to take a sample and put it with a track and sort of like keep it lower or louder or however. And in this case, what you could do is, let's see, we're going to go back to main here, and we got a track here. That's my track. Now I'm going to go back to menu. While it's playing, go back to sample. I'm going to try and trigger the sampling time. Now the beats don't match, but I can get an idea of what I want to use and not use. And in order to do that, I could probably find a piece I want to use. So I'm going to go back here to my original track, which is this one, my original sample. Whoops, back here again. Double tap, gotta make sure you touch it in the right spot. Here's my original sample. What I want to do is get a BPM that matches up to that other one. So I would normally go back to, let's say, main here. And I would adjust this tempo right here. I think about this is going to do it. I'll press do it. I'll play the track back. I'll go back to menu, sample edit. As you can see, it's working. Now, this one comes a little bit too soon for the beat. As you can see, it's trying to loop, but it's only looping on its own because I'm letting the machine loop it. It's not looping in time where it's triggered by the software. So, but I'm getting an idea of how I want to use it. And so sometimes I'll go back in and I'll chop it up. Let's say we'll chop the sample up. And then we'll say, I think I want to chop up something in the sample. So I go here to threshold, and I might use threshold. I may want to use a piece of the beat saw. So I'm just using sections of little pieces here by tapping a few pads. But if you get the right space, let's say, and you want to make it 4 separate regions, and it's probably going to be based on, let's say, BPM, we'll say, and I want to reduce the number of regions that I can. And then what I would do is I would make sure that each region was one whole beat. And then I could hit that region on every beat, and then I would record it into the sequence on a separate brand new track. Now next we're going to take this sample, or any sample, and so we can take a sample and we can put a sample into a program, then load that program in, and we can actually use the program along with a beat. In this lesson, I want to create a program from a sample loop. So this may be a little complicated, so I'm just going to keep running along. Just got to watch me and maybe watch it over again. So here, what I want to do first is I want to, let's see, I'm going to go to threshold. Oops, back to here, chopped, and go to threshold. You got to be careful when you put your finger down these buttons here. And I see everything there is based on threshold, so I want to threshold and see my sensitivity levels right here, which is pretty good. And maybe I want to look at regions. How many regions have we got here? I got 4 regions here. It's like this regions thing here. I got 4 regions, and I want to keep it near 4. And I want to just adjust these regions somewhat. So I want to get this other one here and move that closer. So Qlink again. Oops, I'm getting too close there. So now what I want to do is I want to move it increments. just a little bit so I can get the very edge. So I can almost get the edge there, and you can see it. When you get really good at this, you can almost see where you're going. I don't get too close to that. Now let's hit the pad. So I don't want that snip. Back a little bit. Yep, back more. Then it's back. Make sure that's right on the snare drum right there, right? So go back to here. I'm just hitting the pads here, pads 1 and 2. It's my finger right there, right? It's going closer to this one here. So I'm trying to make sure I'm close enough but not too close. So I'm moving it in closer. Trying to get the feel. So I hear just a little bit, I'm a little off there. Okay, I got 4 separate samples. So I'm hitting them in a row there, and I like that. So now I'm going to try and convert this. I'm going to go to here, and as I hold the shift button down, you'll see here on the bottom, it's changed. Our options are now snap, process, and then we also have convert. I'm going to convert. And here in convert here, I can convert my samples into a program. So here in this dialog box, I can convert my sample and assign them to slices or whatever. So the first thing I'm going to do to convert to a program, here in the convert to field, right here, I want to find, let's see, here it is. New program with new samples. I want that. Then we've got, I want to make sure that the crop samples is selected. Then create new program is selected. So we create a brand new program. Next, I want to make sure we create events. So right there. And there it says bars, right? So I know this thing is not 2 bars. I'm going, it's 1 bar, right? I know that. So make sure you have the proper amount of bars there. Because once you create events, it asks you about the bars. That's important. Now, once that's done, I just want to press do it. And it created a brand new program. So once I did that, and the MPC recognized I want to make a program, create events, it's 1 bar. It now took the sample loop and it put it in the track we heard before. I just play here, we'll hear both of them. So it's only 1 bar, but that song or sequence is 2 bars. So I'm going to go back to main. This says 2 bars. I'll turn this to 1 bar and press play. Now what I can also do, I can go back in and then just re-trigger that for the 2nd bar. But this is just to give you an example of what you can do with samples and loops in the MPC Touch. I want to talk about one more thing before we move on from samples. Let's go back here to menu and go to sample edit. Now you'll see this happen here where we've got sample edit going on, of course, and then I want to go to some samples. So you see we have samples that come with the MPC I've already loaded in, right? And sometimes some of these samples I like and some of them I think just aren't tight enough. So if you get a sample and you're not too sure of it, I want you to go into it and sort of get a better feel for it. So hit the pad, of whatever sample it is and try to adjust the start time of that sample, or maybe adjust the end time. You may get samples from AKAI for this MPC, and you may have your own samples, but always look at them, look them over, get a better idea of how you want to use the sample, and make sure you get the proper beginning and end, because sometimes that will improve your production a whole lot. It's time to sample. So we're going to press menu, and we're going to go right here for sampler. And this is our sampler here. As you can see, there's some audio coming in, and as I talk, obviously it's my voice that's creating the audio, right? And I snap my finger, we see the audio coming in. So the purpose of this sampler is to capture audio input. Now, of course, as you probably already know, as I showed you in the beginning of the video, there are two inputs on the top of the machine in the back, and you can put a stereo input in here. So you put stereo in left and right and record in stereo. So obviously we see here it says external, all right? External left and right. We click right here, let's put our fingers right there, and we can double tap, and we can see our masters. These masters mean our master input. So I have a left only, external right, external left and right. We have a resample left, resample right, and a resample left and right. So it's pretty simple. And what is resampling? You're probably asking yourself. Well, here it is. I'll go to resample. I'll select resample left and right and press play. So you see what's happened? We're actually sampling what's coming in internal. So it's an internal sample within the software. I played back a program of a sequence right there, right? And it's playing it back, but you see the audio levels rise up because it's sampling internally. So let's go back here to external, and there's external sampling. Now you'll see this little red like track here, this little red like almost like a fader, and that's actually a threshold level indicator. It says thresh there, and what happens, it will sample if the sound goes above that threshold level. If it doesn't, it won't sample. So I can go to here, let's pull it down more. And once I go above that mark, as you can see this little peak arrows right there. Let me get my pointer here. Okay, you see it right here. If I go above that, then it's going to start sampling. Now right here we have our max length right there. See that? So I can set my length and go to here. That says 20 seconds. But I can always turn the dial here and I can go to, let's say, 30 seconds or whatever I want to set it for. Because we are using the power of my computer. Depending on how powerful your computer is and how much space you have left, it will sample. Now, of course, you can set sample length here too, but this just tells you what the sample length is. This is the max, and this is what the length is when you start sampling. This is the arm. That means we're getting ready. It's arming it. It says, okay, we're ready, we're getting ready, but the minute that sample crosses this threshold level, we start doing it. And we can do more than that. So here, we have stereo or mono. So we can do stereo or mono. Now what that means that we'll take the inputs and make them into one input. There won't be this stereo field going on. You can also add effects to whatever you sample in. So here, I can add effects. 4 different effects. We got 4 inserts. So I can go to here. I'll double tap there. I may want to add some compression or some delay on here. What do we got here that we can add? We can add some delay. Here's a delay right there. We can add delay to that sample. Bam. I can add some reverb to a sample to get really extreme with this thing here. Let's get some reverb up. There's a flanger. We like a flanger too. That's always kind of cool to have a flanger. But I better get a reverb since I did say I wanted to try a reverb. Here we go, a large. Let's go to gate. Oh, with the large one. That's good. And so I put those in, as you can see, and now we have them. So here I can also off or on. See that? I can turn them on. I can turn them all off. Oh yeah, look at that. So I can control whether I want those effects to be on or off from right here. This is really great. So the touchscreen is kind of cool to do that. Makes it much more easier. You can move faster. And if I want to start doing this, I'll go to here. And when I started talking, oh, you see that? I started talking and it started sampling. Do you see that? I know you saw that. I saw that. And I can press here and it stops it. And I've sampled it. I have a brand new sample. See that? I can put it in the program, it's the current program I have there. Or I can select a new program and put it in that program. Of course, you go here and tap. Let me tap again. I only have but one program, or a couple of programs here too. I want to put it in this one or that one, either way. So you can pick the program where you want to place that sample at, pick the pad you want to put it on, and we're good. And we can get our root key. See, our root key is middle C right there, right? I can assign it to a pad. It says none there, but I click on here twice. It opens up, and I can assign it to any pad. We're talking about any pad possible there is. I can assign it to that pad. But in this case, I don't want to assign to a pad. Go back to here. We don't want to do that. And if I want to keep, I can press keep or discard. I can play it from here. And I can play it from right there. Now, currently my mic is on the computer, so it just sounds weird. But as you heard it back. But the problem is that it's too far away. And you hear all the effects, right? But you get the idea. You can sample in, you can get a vocal, sample it on a track, take it and place it where you want to place it at. And this is how the sample section works. But I don't want that sample, so I'm going to press discard, and I'm ready to go again. And we're going to do the next lesson now. I want to do something different here. So let's go to here. We're going to do this pad mute, track mute thing. So I got a track. And the elements, the sounds, are recorded on separate tracks. So this is a sequence, D&B Kit 1, and we have different tracks for each sound, right? So I'm going to mute certain sounds, so I'm going to go here and press menu. I'm going to go to pad mute, and here's pad mute. So here's pad mute right here, and we're going to go to pad mute. See me press the button, that's for pad mute, and I'll play from the top. That's pretty fast. I muted everything. That's way faster than I used to do when I hit the pads. So the multi-touch display is kind of cool. I'm loving it. So here, I can bring that sound in, right? So I'm just turning certain pads off. So I'm just turning pads off and on. And that's an easy way to actually mute stuff, get it back in, get an idea of what your song sounds like. Now in this window, it's obvious, of course, here again, we see the current placement of the cursor as it scrolls through. Bar 2, bar 3, which is really great. And you see it slide by here. We see the program we're using right there, right? And then we see a configuration here. This is pad bank A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. So if we had sound on all these different pads, I would just select that bank, or select this bank, and I would edit that and go back at the next one. So it's kind of cool. Easy access, a much faster way to work within this multi-touch display. Let's stop this. That's enough of that. And sometimes when you're doing these track mutes, you don't want to come in and out automatically. You want to sound like it's almost planned or in time. And so to do that, with a feature on here, which is called time division. So you can see it right here. You can say, I'll take this part out and it'll happen after 2 bars. No, I'll make it happen after 1 bar. So I'll make it happen after a quarter note, right? I'll set quarter notes up here and I'll say close. And then I'll turn this stuff on. And I'll press play. And it stops at the quarter note. Let's go back. So it's pretty fast. Let's go back to time division. Let's make it one whole bar. And now I'll close this. I'll press play. I'll hit this. See it blink? Now it's blink. Then it comes back in. So see what happens when you actually hit it. It waits for the bar to come to the end, and then it comes in or goes out. So when it's red, that means we're muted. When it's green, that means it's on. So we can have it cut in and cut out based on our time division. And that only works when this button here is pressed called TC. Now watch, I'll put TC off now, I'll do it again. See, it comes in and out fast. I can touch them quick and move them out. Take this out, take that out, take that out, take this one out, roll out. I put this back in, it's waiting, it's blinking, then it comes back in. So when that TC, which is standing for time correct, is on, and then we have this time division set up properly, it will take our muted sounds in and out based on the time division. Now, another great feature in this pad mute setup is the ability to mute several pads at once. Because sometimes we want to take out the kick, the snare, and the hi-hat at the same time. So I can press play start. I'll press stop. And to do this, I'll press pad group. We can have up to 16 different groups. It's a lot of groups. But we have a lot of pad banks too, so it's good. So let's see here. I'm going to go to 1. As I go to 1, you'll notice here that there's a little 1 in this 1 pad. Pad A. 1. I'll go here. Nothing's there. I'll press 1 again for there. Ooh. Now they both have 1. I'll do this one here. Pad 3. And I'll hit 1 there. Now this has 1. I like that. Now, if I go back to play and go back to pad mute and I hit this, they all stopped. See that? Those 3 pads stopped at once. Let's go to pad mute even while the song's playing. I want to make this one 1. That's 1. Wait, that's 3. Let's make it 1. That's 1. Make this one 1. Now I go back to pad mute and I'll take it out and put it back in. Now they're all muted. You saw that? While this track is playing, I selected new pads to add to my pad mute group 1. Let's take it out. And of course, my timing correction is there, so it waited for it to come back in on that bar. I'll take it out again. Out. So I can mute whole sections. This is a great way to practice and to figure out whether you want to take certain parts out of the mix. And say, well, no, I'll change that group. So I go back and hit a pad group and I say, you know, I don't want this to be in that group. I go to off here and hit off. And now that pad is out the group. And all the ones that say 1 are in the group. I can go, of course, to here. So I put that in 2 now. And you're going to be in 2. And this one's going to be in 2. And this one's going to be in 2. So I've got 2 groups. I got the 1 group and the 2 group. I can go back to pad mute. I can press play, start. Put this one back in. Oop, that was still out. Put it on. Pop it out. When I do, the other ones came out now. Back in. I'm just taking parts out, little sections, and creating a groove with that. That's how we can use the pad mute group. I have 2 different groups. I just made 2 moves, but the groove changed drastically without having to use my fingers to keep hitting 3 to 4 different pads. Love the feature. Check it out. I've got another track up here, and now I want to show you how to use track mute. Now, in this sequence, I have several tracks. So we're going to tap here, double tap, and you're going to notice we have track 1 is kick drum, track 2 is the hi-hats. We have something on 3, 4, 5, and 6. So we have 6 different tracks. And let's close this. And so what I want to do is I want to mute those tracks. So I can play it. And I muted the kick and snare. But I want to mute other stuff too. I'll turn the dial, mute the hi-hats, turn the dial, mute this raver, mute this one, this percussion stab, the ride cymbal, and all I have next are the snare fills. I'm turning the dial, and I'm muting tracks. Isn't that cute? Well, that takes too long to do. And of course, I could do that if I'm just checking out the beat. Bam! I'm back in with everything else. Let's stop that. We're going to press menu. We're going to go to track mute. And now, a much more efficient way to do this. Obviously, all the tracks are on the pads. If I had 128 tracks, each one of these would be filled up. That's really great. I can just take stuff in and out, have tons of tracks, different kind of mixes, get an idea if I want to go one way or the other, and I've got plenty of room to put these tracks on. This is great. So this is pretty simple. I'm going to press play start. I'm going to tap stuff, I'll take out. Put stuff in and out. I got 3 fingers here. Okay, that's pretty cool. That's much faster than before, right? Love that. So I can take them in and out. I can also use my time division. So sometimes I don't want them to come in automatically. I don't want to hit it, it comes right out. Because I might be in the middle of a phrase I want to have that emphasizes a certain sound and feel. So what I'll normally do is I may put it to, let's say, a bar. This is 1 bar. This is just for the purposes of this demo, and I wouldn't normally do this. And I'll close this out. I'll do like maybe 16th notes or quarter notes. And I'm going to keep this TC on, which is time and correction. I set up my time division. And now I'll play from the start. See, it blinks and comes in, waiting for that bar to come through. So you see what happens? It's like waiting to come in. You see what happens. Let's stop that. Let's go back to time division. I'll try something else. Let's go here. We're going to go 2 bars, right? We're going to close because it's such a fast song. I'm going to press play. I made that solo. Now this is solo. I press the solo button. So I can press the solo button, come in and out too as well. Back into that right there. And it's back into 2 bars. See that? 2 bars. So don't wait for 2 bars, it's back in. So you notice how it blinks. It's waiting for the 2 bars to go by. I can also set my track mutes into track mute groups. So here, for example, I'll select the track mute. And here you notice that we have options. We have off, 1 through 16. So I may want to make this a group. So I'll press 1. And I want to make this stab a group, part of that group. And I'll press 1 again. You'll notice now that there's a 1 here in the upper right-hand corner. 1 here also in the upper right-hand corner. And that means these are the same group guys. And I'll go back to track mute. I'll go to here and press play start. And they popped out. You saw that? You saw that, right? That's kind of cool. I'll put them back in. They're blinking, and they come after 2 bars. Of course, my time division is set here. I'm in time incorrect, and it does that. Let's try one more thing. Let's go back to here, play. Let's go to here, solo. Make it solo. See, solo doesn't work, see? Solo just does 1. So if this is part of the mute group, solo will not work with the mute group. It's important to realize that. I want to try it anyway. And you can see that happen. I can do it again. I can go back here to the track group. I can say this one, I want it to be 2, and this one to be 2, right? And so I have 2 different track groups. I go back to track mute. I hit play start, and I can go to here, and it popped out. So you can see here, there's a 2 here, a 2 here, a 1 there, and a 1 there. So you can see which tracks belong to the track mute. So these represent the pads. So you can actually hit the pads too to do this. I'm hitting the pads now. So I can either hit the multi-touch display, or I can hit my pads. And I'll still see it here in my multi-touch display, and I'll see it on my pads as well, based on the color of the pads. And that's how track mute and track mute group work. We've got pads, we've got sounds on pads, and we can mix them up too. So let's do that. We're going to go to menu, and we're going to select pad mixer right there. As we do select it, you'll see we have a lot of different options here. You'll see in the bottom row, we have level, pan, mute, send, insert, and route. So I have selected right here, first of all, is level. So these are the levels, the audio levels of the selected sound. You notice here that we have a fader right here, right? So, and we have also a pan right there. So if I go up to here and I increase the level, you'll notice that the selected sound here, which is this kick drum, we're going to hear back. So let's bring this down. Let's play some music. And this is the track I'm going to work with. I can actually solo that. And that's this sound. You can see it popping up here. This is the sound. This is the audio level vertically. This is horizontal here. And I go up to here. I just increased the audio level, right? So it's much louder than it was before. I want to cross 0 dB here, of course. So I can control the audio level of each sound. Let's try the sound right here. That sound's still playing. See, that's why I have to go back to here, unsolo that sound, and make sure I don't hit the mute button at the same time. Because they're so close to each other, you might hit the solo or the mute button. Be careful of that. So, let's say you want to try and mix your sounds up and get good levels. Generally, what I'll normally do, I'll go here to mute, and I'm going to mute everything else. As you'll see, as I tap mute, these items are muting, right? Now, I can do this too. I can turn this dial here. I'm using my Qlinks here to mute items also as well. You'll notice there's a little like rectangular yellow line around that. If I go to Qlink here and I click it one more time, the line moves up and I can mute the next items I want to mute. Right? And now the only item playing will be this kick drum. I'll press play. I can go back to here. Level for that. That level is good. Then bring this one in. If I tap it up to hear what that sound is like. So I can select the sounds I want to mix up and then hear how they sound, get levels. Then I want to hear the sound totally by itself. Is that loud enough? Do I want to add something to it? Make it louder. Then unmute it. unsolo it rather. So I want to make sure I don't hit this mute again. There you go. And now we can hear the 2 kick drums and the hi-hat. Unmute this. So I want to hear this a little louder maybe. So I'm just unmuting stuff as I go along. And I want to unmute some of these pads to hear what the mix sounds like so far. So my kick drum might be too loud for me now. So I won't go to mixing. I'll go back here to mute. I'll take out the mute. I'm going to go right here. And I want to check the level out here and bring that down. I'm trying to get everything right. I'll go back to mute again because I know there are items still muted. So you got to be aware of what's muted and what's not muted. This sound here. So I'm going to go to level again. That sound selected. Bring it down some. This sound, I'm going to bring this down. So I'm essentially just mixing, trying to bring the levels down of certain drum sounds. And maybe little horns, a little rave sound we heard in there too, bring that down so I can get an overall mix. And this is a great way by using a pad mixer to mix my audio levels up. Now here next level we have panning. So this is pretty obvious. We can go left or right or dead center. And you'll notice here, of course, the yellow line going around this row right here, meaning that the Qlink is locked into row number 2. And so I can just turn my knob here, as you can see, and I can pan either totally left or totally right, or get right back on center by using my Qlink knobs. And I'm right there. I can do it for any one of these, of course. And to go to the next one, I'll press the Qlink button. And now you see I'm in 3, I'm in row 4, and I'm back to the first row, row 1. So these buttons work correspondingly as 1, 2, 3, 4. And you'll see this here. So it makes it much more easy for you to pan and to see it here on the UI, user interface, to get an idea of am I right or how's it going to sound and what's here, what's there, which is kind of cool actually. And you got to really move it really carefully, as you can see as I'm doing it here. I'm trying to make sure, if I want to get it back to center, I want to make sure I slowly move it and get it right back at center. Which can be difficult, but there it is. Sort of pan back in the center again. Now we also have mute, as we showed you before, and we have a send. So we can send audio sounds out here with the send. Now what I want to do first though is probably create an insert. And you'll notice here that every time I hit a pad, this section to the left of my pad mixer displays the current pad selected. We're also in the program mode right there, right? So I can also obviously double click here and select my pads and scroll down. Let's say pad 1, leave that on there. I can go to program and select my program if I had more than one program, right? So let's use the kick drum here. And we're going to play it. I want to solo it. Okay. Let's stop that. I may want to add an effect to this one sound in my pad mixer. And I'm right below program here. You'll notice here it says inserts. I can go there and select inserts. And I can add an insert directly on this kick drum. Now, if it's not lit up, you must light this button up here, which says all off, and I click it again, it says all on. So when it's lit, it says all on. And now I have the ability to insert some sort of effect. I double click there, I'm using my data wheel here, and scroll to an effect I want to put on that drum. So in this case, I think I'm probably going to use a compressor. And we'll go there with that. And go back to here. And press play. Now it's a little more punchy than before. I click there again, I can see my compressor. I want to add one more effect with that. So we'll click here. And we're going to scroll through some effects. Let's see if we can get some sort of EQ on here. Even a filter would be good, but I think I'm going to go with a little bit of EQ. Too bad. I'm going to push this button in. See, much easier. I push it in, I'm right there on top of my effect. Now, I'll unsolo it. I can hear it in the mix. I have this sound here. Let's try something here. This is pad 5. I go here, turn on my inserts, double click here. I'm going to scroll down. This is in alphabetical order, so it'll make it easier for me. And we're going to look for, I'm going to do a sync analog delay. I'm going to push in my button there. Got a delay going on. Let's go back out of this. Let's unsolo it. So we can add effects directly on any pad. And each pad can get 4 effects if we want to. Okay, so here I've got this little horn brass percussive like hit. So I'm going to go back here to inserts. We're going to go here to insert again. And then we're going to go back in and get my effect and turn my dial and find the effect I want to use. This one again. I'll click there. And I'm going to show you one more thing too, actually. When I get this effect, you'll notice here that it shows you 2 in, 2 out. So it's a stereo effect. So be aware of that too. And we'll close this up. And I'll close this window. And now I've got this horn hit here. So now I'm selecting here in the bottom row here. I'm going to select send. And you can see send is selected. And next what we're going to do is we're going to play the track. Let's solo that track since it's selected. And you can hear a delay. Now the thing about using effects and inserts and sends is how much do you want to send the original signal into this effect, which is normally known as the wet dry thing. So I'm going to use a send here. So I'm going to move this Qlink, as you can see, the 3rd row. So Qlink here, now I'm in the 3rd row, and we're right here, right? So that means that this one will control it. Now watch this. I want to increase the amount of dBs. How loud? See how loud it is? Pretty loud now. Now I'll bring it down again more. And I can control the amount of the effect on the original sound. Now we'll unsolo that. I can adjust it in the mix too as well. So what this send allows us to do is to set, as you can see, every one of our pads, we have our send from 0 to up to plus 6 dB. So it's infinity to the bottom and up to plus 6 dB. And I can send the original audio into the effect that I want to apply it for. So for example, I've got here the kick drum, and I want to add that compression and stuff. So I'll play this back. Now I'll increase my send. I'll move the Qlink down into the bottom. This first knob will control it. Now watch this. I'm getting more compression on the kick drum and the EQ as well. Now once I EQ my drum up and get my compression right, I set my EQ parameters up, you can see it's affecting this drum. Now I'm at 1.64 dB plus. Bring it back down again. You can hear the difference. And the purpose of this is to make sure you can adjust your mix, but you can get even more sophisticated in the mix of your pads using our sends and inserts to add effects and to get the right amount of the effect on the dry sound. Now we're adding some effects, and as we do add effects, and I'm here in insert now, you'll notice it says 1, 2, and here's 1, 2 here, 1, 2 there. So when I'm in inserts, it shows you how many inserts are on that particular pad. I go back to sends, you don't see that. We just see the sends going on. How much audio is being increased in dB. Of course, here we can see which pads are muted. Here we see how the pans look. So it makes it much more easier. So here in insert, I'm sort of adding some stuff. So I'm going to just play it, and you could watch a little bit here. I just double click. It makes it easier rather than having to do the insert the other way I was doing it. I want to change my chorus. The horn's got more chorus on it. Open this up, turn the effect on. Our frequency shifter. Close that window out. You'll see it right here. And I want to solve that. So flanger. I'll sink it in probably. Oh, that's too distorted. Let's go back to the frequency shifter. And I want to get a bigger chorus. Let's go for a voice. That's better. And bring the level down. And my delay still works. So we're adding effects. We've got our inserts here lined up. Our sends, the mutes, the pans, and the levels are right there. This is a great way to mix up your track, get an idea how it sounds, apply some effects if you like them, and then get rid of them if you don't need them. And the last option we have here is route. So you can route signals. Now the deal with this is, let me go hit a route. So I'm in route, and I can click here, and it's a program. This is routing right here. And you'll see it come up here. I can route it. This is routed through the program. So whatever program is set up for the pads, that means that it's routing this audio through the program. Now on your computer or on my Mac, I have this thing called audio MIDI setup, where I can route signals through something if I have a separate interface device. And so here you'll see we have different routes we can use. Subs, we have 1 and 2, which is my main output here on this machine. There's also 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You can see here. I can set up different routes to send outputs. Now, also, if I take this software and I pull it up, let's say in Pro Tools, I may want to route some certain elements out to certain tracks or something, or Logic, or a software that's sophisticated enough to route this signal from out of my MPC software and through its own routing system. So that's how this route works. Track view is kind of important. You want to see what's on each track, maybe get an idea of the solo or the mute. It's an easier way to view your tracks. So, for example, here's track view here, and I can see the tracks there, right? I go here, I double click, and I can see which tracks I have. I have 1 through 7 tracks. But I don't see anything about those tracks. And you'll notice here on the left-hand side, we have a couple of options besides this home and grid. We have this little icon there. That's track view. Let's go back here to home again. And I can also go there through menu, and here's track view again. And this is the track view. And you see the same thing we saw before when I just selected it. But now we see where we can see not just the name of the track, we can see the group it belongs to. And this is the program right here below the name of that track. We also see from here, its length is a sequence. We can see the velocity setting. We can see here the transpose. We can see the volume setting here. The panning, solo and mute. So for example, I'll press play and I'll go to this one right here. That's soloed. Now I'm muted. I want to mute a bunch of stuff here. So I'm muting everything I can mute here. And I'm dragging up here to get an idea of what's available. And I can mute tracks. As you can see, I can pull this back down. And just about everything's muted, right? Put this back on. And we can see what's on that track. Let's stop it. So I can mute tracks. I can solo the tracks. I can also change the panning. Right? So I go here, and my panning comes up here. I can move my data. The panning looks much bigger now. I can see where it's at. I know I can move it one step or not, or go there. And it makes it much more easier than it was before. And press enter, and it's there. And this is a great way to get a view of the tracks that you see when you're back in main. So in main, you don't see those tracks, and you go to here. Now, the reason why I'm talking about this is because generally, when I work, I put different elements on certain tracks. And I prefer to keep the kick drum on a separate track, the snare drum on a separate track, hi-hat separate track, because that way I can control the audio levels. I can add effects if I want to see how they sound with some effects. I can add compression. I may want to put a special sound on the track, like a horn. And if I do, I want it on a separate track so I can control it. I want to control the audio level. I want to control the panning. I want to be able to mute it from time to time to hear how it sounds with or without it. So track view is very important, and it's important for you to get to understand it and use it. Now, a lot of times when I'm producing music, I want to make sure my pads have a certain color. To get there, we're going to go to menu. We're going to press pad color. And we see here the first option we have is our program. So you're going to make sure you have the right program selected, because that's the program we're going to put the colors on, right? I'm hitting sounds here, they're all red. I want my drums, my bass drums to be one color, my snare drums to be a color, and the hi-hats and cymbals to be a certain color. It's important. That way, when I see the tracks move and I see the velocities under the pads, I know what that sound is. Now, here we have classic. This is how it normally comes, all right? I got a program selected. This is classic. And so in classic, obviously, as you can see, let's play a track here. And you see some sounds are lower velocities. So it's a classic look where if it's a low velocity and not much velocity, it's going to be almost a yellow amber color. And when you hit it real hard, it's going to be a red color. And you can see that here in the track. But what I want to do is make sure that the colors have the velocity. So here, there are ways to do this, several ways. So here we're going to go here to fixed, and this is fixed. So single fixed pad. This is empty pads are dim. So it's a fixed, empty pads are dim. So here, if I go to all pads, I can have all pads one color. I may have a program that's all snare drums. It may be in Banksy. I may be using a couple of snare drums here and there, whatever. So I may make one program all one color. And in this case, I would just tap here. Ooh, turn that color. Let's go purple. So you can see we just tap here and we can change the color of the pads. Right in this chart. You can do the same thing, just go to here, tap here. You know, it changes. I'm going to go here to single right now. And now none of these pads have colors. We're in single. So I can make a color for each single pad. And this is important. So I got a bass drum here. I want this bass drum to be a certain color, so I'm going to make this color. The bass drum is going to be like blue. I'm going to get dark blue there for the bass drum. That's a little bass drum. I want that one to be blue. So I hit blue. I pick out the ones that are going to be blue. This, I know these are hi-hats, so I want hi-hats to be yellow. So those are yellow. And you can see them right here on our touchscreen display also. Snare drum I want to be green, so I got to hit the green. My snare drum's green. See? And then if I want to find other instruments, I would just go through them. My clap's going to be somewhat like my snare. I'll leave the clap down. Make it a line, though. It's a similar sound. So this is a lime green. This is a green. See that? And I've got these like more like bongos. So let me go here. I'll make these a different color, too. I might make these this sort of lavender color. So I've got these 8 sounds with different colors. Let me play the track now. You don't see nothing, right? Nothing at all. Stop. So we've got it fixed. That means it's a fixed color. It's fixed. It's not moving. It's just tightly fixed right there. So I'm going to go here. I'm going to double click this. And now I want to get velocity set up here. I want to see the byte velocity. Let's go to here. Right? My byte velocity. And now I want to play. You see the velocities. Now you can see the velocities in the pads that have colors on them. See? That's a byte velocity. I can go back to here. I go for a dim velocity. And now you see the pads got dimmer. Now if I play here, you can see the pads, their velocities are going from low to bright as they're hit. Look at the clap. And so if I do to the rest of the other pads and I give them all colors, we'll see the same effect. This is important so when I'm actually producing or you're producing, you can tap those pads and get the right colors. So you got the lesson now. You tap the color to the pad. You can use the same thing also here, for example. Percussion sounds, right? So I want to make a different color for that. I want to go with, let's see. I'll go with this color right here. I'll click that color. I'm doing it here directly in the touch screen. I'm not hitting the pad, I'm hitting the touch screen, and the same thing's happening. And I'll play it again. And you see it. And that's how pad colors work. You know, I have a lot of samples, and probably you do too. And when you got a lot of samples and you've had different software over the years or something, you need to know where they are for your MPC. And a cool feature they have here is these paths to these folders. See, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And I can have 5 different folders labeled up here where these buttons for folders lead to folders that have what I'm looking for. So for example, I'll click here and we see this is drums on wave and we have the TR-808 drum kit. The next one here, we've got more. This is my MPC content. And if you don't know what it is, you can click right here and you get this drop-down menu. Right? Okay, good. And right here, I've got more stuff. And how this works is 4 and 5 is that it's pretty simple. I can go to here, for example, and I could double click here. I'm going to hold down the shift button and select any one of these 1 through 5 path location folder buttons. I'll click there and I go back here and here again. And now every sound in here is ready for use. Right? I can also, let's say, go back up the directory. I want to be back here really. I'll click here. I'll hold down the shift button and I'll click on the number 1 button here for this folder path. I'll do it now. I'll go to 2, go back to 1. It's changed again. You see that? And that's how you can select the folder you want for any one of these 5 buttons. Right next to the little triangle on the bottom is an X there. It's almost like it's almost grayed out. You click there, and this is our expansion browser. It's direct access, right? So we see we have MPC drum content. We have MPC loop library, essential instruments. We have hybrid, and we have the vault. Whoa. So let's look at the MPC drum content like we did earlier on the other side. And here you can see here we have the same thing, except now we have a little triangle here which points to them, and that's programs, samples, and sequences. Now the difference here in our drum content is I can just load a sequence in and it will also load a program. Let's do that. Let's go to this one Buster here, and I'm going to double click Buster. And now Buster loads in the program and sequence. Let's press play start. Let's stop it. Now, you'll notice here we have audio levels coming out. This says 1 and 2 right here. I want to bring this down. So I saw it hit the red there a little bit. And see it hit red here. You don't want to hit red. You want to keep your audio levels nice and level. A little low so you can hear them. There you go. You'll see the pads are blinking based on the velocity levels of how hard the pad was hit. You'll see here in the grid, got some stuff going on like little dots and dashes here, right? And these are all events. And the pads here have sounds on it, right? You can hit your pad on your MPC Touch too and get the same effect. Here we have the banks. So we can have 16 pads and we can have A through H. That gives us 128 possible sound slots on pads. So this is bank A, B, C, D up to bank H. But currently, the program we loaded in, which is Buster, gets us 16 sounds. And you can see it right here on the grid too as well. If you look on your grid here, you'll see it right there. The last sound is this sound here. So I can look right there and hear sounds. That's pretty good. Now, come back to here, close this out, and then look at the next thing. We also have a loop library. So here's a loop library. I can just click on something here. And these are loops, factory content. See, it says that right there, that AKAI has given us. And it's somewhat labeled, and it's in alphabetical order, what they have, A, D, E, F, J, M, and so on, you can see right there. And you can pull a loop out. Let's get a loop back. See, I can take a loop out of here. Let me find a loop here or something. Anything a drum loop. This will be good. I can take this loop and grab it and put it someplace. So I can always grab a audio file and place it right there in the grid. It's right there. So it's a much easier way to put stuff on the grid or make sure it gets to the pad. You can see here, once I went there, it went to bank B. Be aware of that. That's important to know how the software works. We've covered the entire hardware, and now into the software for our sessions here. Now you'll see here we have, let's go to folder 2 path. We have the MPC drum content section here, right? And you'll see here we have MPC drum content, MPC loop library, essential instruments, and the vault. I'll click on the vault. And in the vault here, we'll start with projects. We have projects. And this is probably the only one of the expansion packs that you have that has projects in it. And we have, you click on here, you want to load a project. Let's try this LA Street series here. And we're loading, and it loads everything in. We'll press play. Press stop. And you'll see here there are tons of samples, right? And all these samples belong to that project. Now, this first folder is a default folder that you get when you actually turn on your system. You can always go here and just delete it. That folder's empty. And then all these they belong here, right? And then we have this sequence right here. Sequence 1. And that's it right there, sequence 1. And we see right here the program that covers sequence 1. And so we load this project in. Now, that's that one folder for that project, right? And if I go in here to sequences, I'll see all the sequences. I'll see all the programs. I'll see all the samples that are not just in that project, but in all the projects here and all the folders in here. This entire folder for the vault, I will see everything. So right now you can see right here, we have it set to autosave. As we showed you before, you need to set up autosave also as well. And this is how we can go through projects. And if we load a project in, we're able to see everything in that project. Remember, autosave's here. We go to preferences. We go here to where it says autosave, enable, and I can go to here and maybe make it longer. I might go for 5 minutes. Press OK, and I'm good to go. Okay, so now I want to look at the next available option, which is our hybrid. And this is the hybrid. It's an Air product, and it's called Hybrid 3. It says Air right there. And we'll click on here, and we see patches. But look at this. It says load plugin to load the list of patches. So this is how this works. I'm going to set up a brand new track right here. Track number 3. And then that last track was a keyboard. So now I'm going to go to a plugin. Right? So now I said plugin. And you'll see here, it's like this little sign that didn't work, right? And you'll see here it's like it's red. It says plugin. And nothing's there. I click on there though. I can now see my VSTs. And I can also see my MPC expansion. So obviously it's expansion. And then there's hybrid, and then we want to select hybrid. I just double click on hybrid, and now we'll go back to the browser section. We'll look at patches, and we'll see 2,206 patches. I click here. I've got a bunch of patches, and these are plugins. All right, so now these are plugins. You'll see there's a little plugin icon next to each patch, and I can probably click on the patch, but notice something? You hear nothing. So there's no additions for these sounds at all. You have to essentially just play them where they are, right? So, but I can hear them right here. Just put my cursor right here, or on the pad, move the pad up here, and I could hear those sounds. I can also change them right here, where it says preset. And I can scroll down to the next sound, and then the next sound, or right here. I can do the same thing too as well. Let's say, load that sound in. It appears here. I can go back to here and hear it. And so we can load in drums as a type, Keygroup as a type, and plugin as a type. Now I have here also the essential instruments, and this is the next one in our browser. And you can see here it's the MPC expansion. So we have programs and we have samples in here. Some of the samples appear right here. Right? I could just look at these samples, a lot of samples in there. You see there's a bunch of samples. right? And let's pull back from that and pull back from this and close this out. These are a lot of samples, but actually what we've got here, as you can see in the programs, we got bass, brass, keyboards, lead, pad, effects there, string, and synth. So these are like keyboard sounds. Now notice something. I just loaded a program in earlier, and you'll notice here where it says sequence, and below that it says track, and below that it says type. And the type here is drum. Well, I want to load a keyboard sound, it's saying, right? So what I normally do is I would select a brand new track. And then I would go here to keyboard, right? And now you'll see a keyboard appear here. Rather than seeing that list of names for each pad, we see this keyboard. And what happened was it threw out that sound I put here in bank B. And it's a brand new. I slide along here, nothing's there at all, right? Okay, great. So what I want to do next is I want to load in something. I want to try and find maybe some keys. Now watch this. I just tapped on that program and the program played back, which is great. So it's auditioning those sounds with a little file. That one too. That's for a synth. Okay, so we can audition sounds. Now let's say I want to load something up. Let's go up here. Let's try a bass. We'll go to a bass here. And what do we want to load? Let's look at this bass here. They've got some bass. Well, here we go. We got a Dr. Dre bass right there, right? And let's load that up. I'll double click that. It loads up. But it's not really a drum. It's a keyboard. And there it is. Bass. Dr. Dre. That's a Dre bass 1. See that? It loaded up. And now we've got the sounds here. And I'll start with D actually. And we've got a keyboard. So notice this. If I play this track again, the first track is going to be the beat. Go back to A, it's right there, right? And my next track is going to be my key group with the Dre bass. And I can play that. I can probably record, go to here, press overdub. And press stop. So we can record this onto its own separate track. And so we can have a key group, we can have a plugin group, a MIDI group, and we can have our drums. Now before we get started with our MPC Touch, it's always good to set up your preferences. Going back here in the preferences, you'll see that this is lighting up. That's my audio for my vocals. I'm using the built-in speaker for this video. And you can see also have a built-in output, which is the same. You can always test your audio if you got some speakers. You want to test your speakers. Click right there. You can test the audio output. Now below this we have our sample rate. We go from 44.1 up to 96 Hertz. So of course, the higher the sample rate, that means we're going to have to store a lot of data. That's 96,000 samples per second it's taking. Meanwhile, at 44.1, it's taking 44,100 samples per second. All right? Be aware of that. But the higher the rate, the better the fidelity, because you're going to sample the entire frequency range. Next, we have the audio buffer size. This is very important. You keep a low buffer size when you want to record in or sample in some vocals. And you want to make sure you have the maximum power for this process. This way, when you hook up a vocalist or rapper and they put the headset on, they'll be able to hear themselves back more accurately. Let me show you this a different way. Let's close this out. And we're going to go back here to record sample. And I'm going to turn this on input monitor. And now you hear my voice, right? You hear it a little more like it's doubling almost. I'm going to go back into preferences, open it up. And here I'm going to increase the latency. Let's go back up to here. And now it's sort of a delay. So the higher the buffer size, the longer it takes for the latency to adjust. Now, I'm going to go right back. The next menu item I want to talk about is the view. And you see it right here. This is view next to tools. And you click right here, I can get some pretty good views. Now, what I mean is that I can go from mode to, let's say I want to go to program mixer. It opens up. See that? The program mixer opens up. Normally, I would just click here, right, to get to those options, which makes it much easier. But it's always important to know what's here in our view. Next, we have editor full screen. So it's a full screen. I'll have to probably close out my expansion browser there, and now we get the full screen of the editor. I can edit everything here and see everything I want to edit. And go back to the view here, and then we can click on it again. We're back to our regular view where we have the editor on top. We have our Qlink, the pads, sequence, and project, and then our output here, which says front of space right here. Now the next option in view is this file browser. So I can just browse for files, right? And this allows me to browse for files that are on my hard drive anywhere, as we already know. Then I can also go back to view, and I can say I want to see my expansion browser. You also notice the keyboard commands right next to it, right? So I'll go to here, expansion browser, and it opens up my expansion browser. Now I can have the grid editor view right here, or the list. So this is grid already. We have here's the grid. Next we have the list, which is this little button here you would normally press off and on to get that. But another way to do that is from here, from the view in the menu. We can also have, now I'm currently at full screen. I pull it back some, then I could probably go to here somewhat and bring it down like that and squash it down and move it around, get a smaller view, and let's see, close the browser, and I got a smaller view. But if I want to, I can go full screen anyway, and it goes back to full screen. I can also minimize. I could be doing something in the background. Let me minimize this. And it's gone. See that? I can still come back here, click on it, click on minimize again, and it comes right back up. And that's how the view works in our menu. I want to go over the edit section here of the menu. And the most important part to me is the undo, redo, and history. I'll go to history first. This is the history list. We'll scroll back to the top of this list, the beginning of the session, the current time in the session. This is kind of cool. You can see everything. I can scroll up and down. Let's say, for example, I go here and I want to undo. Look at the bottom. See what happened? It undid, and we're here now. I'll use the keyboard command for undo, which is Command Z on the Mac. As I keep going up, you'll notice the grid changing, and you notice where I am in the steps according to the command history. As I move up, it moves up, and see the line move also as well there. It's up 31 now. Now, I can do the undo steps. I'll press Shift, Command, and Z. I'm coming back down, and now everything will go back to the way it was. The beauty of using undo, redo, and history to see what you've done. Now next we have cut, copy, paste. Let's close this window right here for history. And here's my session. Let's start from the top. All right, that's kind of cool. I got that going on. So now what I want to do, let's say I want to select all. I want to cut it. And I want to paste it. Notice, it pasted right where this cursor's at for my grid. All right? It didn't paste back where I wanted to start from the beginning. Be aware where this is at. So I want to place this here first. I want to do an undo. Then I want to paste it in now. I'll do a paste. the top, I'll press play start, and I'm back in time. So be aware when you cut and paste where you're cutting and where you want to paste at, and where your bar here is for your song pointer, your position pointer within the grid. That's important to know. I can also deselect. Well, they're not selected anymore. We're free of selecting anything at all. Now below that we have show project notes. I can show project notes. So right here I write down project notes. For example, Human Nature remix using the hybrid. So I put project notes all the time inside because you never know where you are if you do a lot of projects. And in case you want to sort of do a remix, you want to know what's going on and what was done before. And it's important to keep notes on your sessions. It is your project. Then we have sequencers. So here in the sequencer, I can clear that sequence. I can export the sequence. I can half length it. Half length, look at that. I can go here, go back to sequencer. I want a double length. Look at that. Double length, I'm back where it's at, right? So be aware of what you can do in the edit menu. I can insert blank bars. So at the end, I want to insert blank bars. Let's see, let's try to go to blank bars. Let's go to here. We'll insert blank bars at the very end. I want to put in, let's see, how many bars? I want to do 8 blank bars. From there, before, no, that's good. Let's do it. And now you'll see I have blank bars here at the end, right? That's kind of cool. I inserted blank bars there. Now, let's go back into here. Here's my sequencer, right? I can delete the bars. I can copy the bars, copy events, copy the entire sequence, copy just the track. I can transport the track. I can erase the track. This can all happen there. Now, even if I do this here, let's say I want to go here to my cursor. I'm back on line 1. Let's say I go back into here and I say I want to select all. I select all. That's pretty good. Let's go. I want to copy this. Now I want to paste this. I just doubled it up, right? So I can go from here, the end of here. I'll just stop this. Let's do it from here, actually. No space bar. I'll play it from right here. And I've doubled copy and paste right within this one sequence. Well, next in our menu bar, we have tools. And I'm going to explain some of my favorites. Here, for example, we have delete unused samples. I can do it from here, but also here in the software, on the UI here, I can click here where the little garbage can is, right here. And you'll see it says purge samples. And the top selection is purge unused samples. And the next one is delete all samples. So I prefer to probably do it from here, get the unused samples and purge them out. Next we have here is to show the MIDI keyboard. And I click right here, and we have a MIDI keyboard here at the bottom. So if I have some sort of sounds in here, and I've loaded some sort of, let's say, essential instrument, or I used hybrid to load a synth sound, I can hear it right here. I can pull this up, get an idea what it sounds like, and see what a particular key range sounds like, whether it sounds distorted or not. It's really cool and really great to have. Next, we have, my next favorite option here is this one, Plugin Manager. And the reason why that is because I have a lot of softwares. And I'm always checking them out and making videos. So I want to use them too, in anything, which we should. As you can see here, I've got tons of them. And so I've got something from Native Instrument called Battery 4. I can click here. I see battery has 0 in but 32 out. I can click on that, and then iHeart's right there, a little heart right there appears. And I can pick out some of the stuff I like and I want to use. Maybe guitar rig's kind of cool too. I can pull that up inside of my MPC Touch software. And I can also pull up machine. So I have machine. As you guys know, I make a lot of videos, so I have machine as well. I can pull it up, and the same options appear here. As the one is effects. See this is sample and effects, and that's 8 in, 32 out. The other one is an instrument. So you see the difference here in the type? The FX appears as this little sample icon and FX next to it, and the other one appears as an instrument. So I can play it as an instrument. So I'll go right here, and I'll do this. This way I can use the machine's effects, and I can also use the machine as a drum machine, as a drum, programming machine inside of my MPC software. So those two options are checked. I also like the Mini Grand, which is this Air music technology. And this Mini Grand is found in Pro Tools. So I have Pro Tools, so I'm going to pull that up. So this is a convenient way for you to pull up some of your favorite plugins and use them right here in our MPC Touch software. And this way, when I actually select I want to use some plugins, they'll just come up. So here I've got a bunch more stuff. I like this, that VC 2A and 76. I like the VC 160 as well. These are native instrument. I'm looking for one more thing here, solid EQ. I like this solid EQ here from Native Instrument, and I'll pull that in too, and then I'm done. It's kind of cool. And I can press close, or we can rescan the entire computer and make sure we have everything in case we've loaded something up and we don't see it. So let's close that out. And then the next option I have here is my expansion manager. So you may be getting expansions, you're not too sure what they work or not, how they are. You want to make sure what you got on your system is running, and here you can check to make sure these are your expansions, and you'll see the latest versions of them appear here. I'll close this out. Let's see, MIDI is next. So here in MIDI, I have active MIDI inputs, and you can see here I have MPC Touch public, MPC Touch MIDI ports. So I can go through the MIDI ports, and you see down here I have MIDI mapping. So I can have the MIDI output for port A, B, C, and D. Next we have plugins. It's important to have some plugins, of course. We have VST plugins like EQ, reverb, compressor, a gate, some effects. And the new version of the Pro Tools OS 1.9.1 only uses VST, not RTS anymore. So we're going to go here. If you don't know what you've got, make sure you've got these items selected that say VST folders. If you don't have them, you can search for them right here. Use that to search for your folders on your hard drive. And once you do find them, we want to scan them. So I'm going to scan all the stuff on my drive here. It's going to scan and find out what's available and what will work with my MPC Touch software. Now, this is very important to do. I want to make sure that I can use what I have. And you may be like me. I've got a lot of different softwares, including Machine. I've got Logic, Pro Tools, a bunch of stuff that I have to use. So for lessons and for everything else, but it's important to know what you've got and keep up with it. Now, once this is done, maybe it'll take forever, maybe not so long, but once it's done, it'll say it's done. And you'll be able to use those plugins whenever you want to pull up an effect somewhere within the system. And you also have here a new scan. If you get new stuff, you can do scan new, or I could cancel that. But now it's done, scan complete, and I have a list, and I can scroll back up here at the top of my list and see what I have and what I'm going to use. And some, here we go, load failed. Some failed to load. So some have failed to load. So it'll tell you what happened, what did load, and what's usable. All right, next we have auto load and save. So auto load works great when you've been working on a project and you may have took a nap or just hung out for a minute, had to go somewhere, come back, and you want to go right back where you left off. Well, you want to make sure you auto load the project you were just working on. You go in here, you look for it in your MPC folder if you saved it, and you bring it back up. You say, okay, whenever I close the software, I want you to auto load this file. Template. A template is a setup. This means I may have a setup I'm using for a club jam. Could be doing an album for someone, and I've got particular setup I want to use for different club drums or different bass guitars or different sounds what I'm going to use. And I want to make sure I've got these samples lined up and also the setup for the MPC Touch. That's my template. I'll save a template, I'll find it and pull it up. Next we have autosave. This is important. Try to save as often as possible. I save every minute. Click here to enable that. Pick the time you want to have it saved, whether it's 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 or 10. Okay. Next, we have sequencer. These are just sequencer setups. For example, display resolution. It's going to display the PPQs. And the PPQs has to deal with the number of places I can place an event between the first beat and the second beat. 96 is a lot, but it's great because that way I can see them. Whether I go to 64th notes or whatever, I'll be able to see them. Or if I even turn off my time correction, I'll be able to move my notes anywhere. And it'll display in the grid. Next, we have the playback, instant, track mute. No need for that. We have play, track, mute, and solo events. Yep. Then we have recording. I want to record track, mute, and solo events. Sometimes I do, so I want to keep that on. Record pad, aftertouch events, of course. Place events recorded during the count-in at the start point. This means I have a count-in. 1, 2, 3, 4, start. And I hit just before the start. It'll make sure it places that directly on the start, not where I hit it at. Okay? Now next we have hardware, which of course is our MPC Touch. You want to adjust your sensitivity. In this case, I prefer it where it's at. Normal, normal. My pad curve is A, and I have my velocity set up right here. As you can see that, this is pad response. Hit a pad, you'll see response. We have the controls for a foot switch if you have a foot switch or 1 or 2 foot switches. And display. Disable when MPC not running. Now that's something you probably already saw when you actually load the software. It's about making sure we don't have display mirroring. And next we have project, all right? And so this means that default values set up for our MPC. Now this is how it comes from the factory. It's 120 BPM is the default tempo when you first launch your first sequence. There is no default master tempo, okay? If you want to, you can set one up. There is a default number of bars, 2. Mine is set to 4. The default time signature is 4/4. And then the default pad slice. This is important for doing chops. I may chop a whole sample up. And I'll take that sample and put it on all the pads. That's kind of cool. I can also sync using MIDI timecode, MTC. And this is the frame rate for various film and I guess TV, where I can use 24 frames per second or 25 or 30 drop, 39 drop. We also have send. I can send out the MIDI timecode just in our MIDI clock for syncing. And we have device control as well and MIDI machine control. Well, we've got something to work with. Let's say you got a project and you got something happening. And you play it back and you like some of it. Okay, that sounds good, but you want to save it. Let's do that. So we have a couple of options here, and we're going to go over our first option. But I will explain a couple of them too. So look, the first one is Save Project. That'll save everything. Songs, setup, MIDI files, whatever in this whole project. It'll save all these programs you see right here. All the samples. It'll save the sequence. Everything will be saved. Okay? Including your setup, your parameters, all that. Sometimes you may want to do a Save Project As. Sometimes I'll do a remix. And one version is one way. The other version is the remix way. And so I want to save it as a different project. So what I'll do is I'll save Project As. And I'll click right here and it'll come up with a name. So I can save it as a template. Now if I save it as a template, that means I could bring it back up just as the template. Nothing will be in it. And I'll save this project as just what I want to have in that template. So I could do one or the other. And I would come down here and save, this file would be a, let's see, I'll call this my R&B songs demo template. And I would save it and find a destination to save it. So let's cancel this. Now I'll go back here into save and I can save as. Notice the same dialog box comes up here. I can go to here. I can pull this out of here, save it as that. You'll see it has the extension .xpj for MPC Project. Let's cancel that. And next here we have, I can save all the programs, save the current program. I'd probably select the program here. That'd be my current program. And I would say, save that, save just the current sequence, or save the MIDI control scene. Let's do the first one. We're going to go here to save project as. That's already a name here. So I'll go here. I want to create a new folder, but I want to find a location. All right. So far I'm right here in the library of the application of my Mac, and I definitely want to go to my main hard drive, my Mac hard drive right here. So I'm going to put this as songs and R&B's demo, and then I'll make my new folder here. And I'll call this AKAI Touch songs. Now we see the folder right here. This is my folder, so I probably want to open this folder up. It's empty, and now I want to put this song R&B demo in here, and we'll press save. And now it's going to save that entire project inside that folder. And we see the progress going on here, so you can see it's saving samples. A lot of samples it's trying to save here. And sometimes if you don't want to save everything, you can always go to this little trash can right here, and you open it up and you can select purge unused samples. So whatever you're not using, it'll throw it out. But in this case, we want to save it because we may want to use some of these samples in other projects, or some other way to remix the song. We'll keep the samples there. Now once this is done, then we're ready to go. Now once it's done, you can find it. So I'm going to go back here to my hard drive, open my hard drive up, and here it is right here. I'll click on it, and you'll notice right here we have these items: songs, R&B demo, and this is project data. You see in the brackets here it says project data, right? So let's sort of stretch this out a little bit more. There you go. And then right here we have the project file, which is the songs R&B demo, and the .xpj is the project file. And then the size appears here. So I can open this up as well. And then here we see everything that's in that project. All the samples, everything is right here. Primarily just all samples. And we've got this XPM here for some sort of lead. So everything's in here pretty much. All the files are here. And we can just close this folder. And these two files are linked to each other. Open a project, I click here, and we're ready to go. Let me close this up. The patch is here for hybrid. And the last thing we have here is the vault. And I guess I'll expect you to look at that yourself. I gave you an intro right there. You see we've got programs, samples, sequences, and projects, right? And projects are 8 different projects here. You can open this up and get an idea of how the project file looks. Pretty simple. Now, as you can see here, we have a lot going on. So I'm going to close the browser. There you go. And we've expanded our view. So we can see here, this is our Qlink section, right? And we know you only see 4 knobs on the MPC Touch. And so got that Qlink button to press, and you'll see each row unselected. So notice something here. This is a different view. It says Qlink. It says 1. There's max. There's effect. There's program. And there's this thing here for the parameter right there. See that? But watch this. This is a plugin. So I want to go back to track number 2, which is a Keygroup. And then it pretty much hasn't changed much here at all, right? So see, this changed. The parameters changed for the Keygroup as compared to the parameters for the plugin. Let's go back to here. Right, 3. And you see here we have different parameters. We got pitch, bend, a lot of stuff that we can actually do with instruments. And here, we go back to 2, This is stuff we can do with key groups. And then if we go back to track 1, the Qlink has changed again. And these are the functions that we can edit with the drum type. So each type has its own setup within the key group for the Qlink, let's say. For the Qlink, it has its own setup for key group, plugin, and drum. Now, next up we have our pads. So this is pretty obvious. We have pads here. Look at the first pad. We have our pads here, pad banks, A through H, 128 different pads. Next, this is a sequence. I know this sequence called Buster. I'll press play start here. It plays. Stop. We can see the bars. We have 2 bars. We got bars 1 and 2, right? If I move my cursor on top of bar 1 and 2, I can go to here, go up, and there's just 1 bar. Notice in the grid that it's only going to give me 1 bar. I'll press play. Over and over that 1 bar. I'll press stop. I'll move my cursor here and change my last bar to bar number 2. And now we can play everything. Total number of bars is 2. I can increase this. If I want to, say I want to go to 4. I can. They're blank, but I can go to 4 bars. Right? Then we have our timing correct, which is 16th notes. Here, loop is on. Let's turn loop off. Let's press play. And now it'll play to the end and just stop. Because that's it. We're not looping. Put loop back on. Our time signatures here, the BPM, beats per minute. We also have a swing value, which we'll explain later on. And we also have this transpose. I can transpose it. I went over track, we went over type, also velocity here set to 100%. We also have our transpose here in the track, and the length is set to sequence. I can also mute this track. Let's go to here. Hear nothing now. So track with drums is muted. But if I had instruments playing on other tracks, they would be playing. Stop. And the program appears here. Next to that we have the audio section right here. And this is the insert and the send. So I have inserts and sends here. I can put effects here. And then we have our panning, where I can hear it left and right. Let's press play. Turn it this way. There you go left. That way's right. To get it back in center on my Mac, I'll just press the Option key or the Alt key. And then I'm back in center position. I can mute it. I could solo it if that was how many minutes I'm playing right there also as well. And stop. Now next to the audio output right here, we have our project. And you see samples. So in the project, we have all samples, we have the programs, and we have the sequences. And then over here to the right of it, we have a list of all the samples when that's selected. So if I select programs, or if I select this here, program 001, which is default program, we see nothing under samples. Okay? But in a Buster, we see the samples. So if I select a program, we will see the samples for that program. If I select all samples, we'll see every sample that we have loaded in to the MPC Touch software. Sometimes I'm working on a project and I have too many samples. I want to get rid of some. We can go right here where the little garbage can is right there. Click on that and we can purge unused samples or delete all samples, either way. If I have a program here, nothing's in it, I don't want it, I can right click and delete it. It asks me, do I want to do it? Of course. Bam, it's gone. So we can edit everything in the project folder right here. This is good. Okay, so I've got a new sound here. Let's close the browser out. And what we're doing now, I've been sitting up here sort of making some changes. I took the drums I wanted to use and put them on separate tracks. And then I want to rename these tracks. So to rename a track, just double click there and put your name in. And then press enter. And we got it. And now that's my snare drum. So I got it slowed here, it's soloed up. Let's hear it back. There's a solo to it. Not bad. Not bad for that track. So I like it somewhat now. But what I want to do now is I want to maybe tune it a little different. So I'll take this out. Okay, I got it. So I want to play it in sync. So I'll play it. I want to change the tuning. We're going to go here to pad. And we're going to go to, that's pad, what pad is that? That's pad number 2. That's pad number 2. I'm in tuning now. I went to tuning automatically. It's kind of cool. Went to the first choice there, right? And then it's playing. Let's slow it out. Let's press play. It's like I'm tuning. See, I'm tuning right now. I'm using my Qlink to tune this pad here. Let's hear it in the track. I think that's right for me. So I think that works. What I want to do next is, let's see, I also want to do level. Let's keep this going on. Let's go to here. Let's press play. Oh, my level's maxed out. So I can change my level. Now you see what I'm doing now? I'm going back and forth between my level and my tuning. And I got my tuning where I wanted that down. And see what happened? It left it where it was at before. Which is kind of cool. So now, let's try something else. Panning. So as I move it, and once it hits, it's back on. So I just want to see what my panning would sound like. I don't want to pan that at all. So I'm pretty much going to leave it where it's at. What I will do is go back to tuning. Let's just give you an idea of what we can do with our Qlink and the pads. Start to the pad. I've got a maximum trigger amount. It's Qlink number 2 for my pad number A2. I can do my tuning and stuff right here. So inside tuning, see it goes right back. And that's what is the note on. See that? That's our note on tuning. Now, I'm just going to go back here. It's giving you an idea of how the Qlink works here. I just want to get an idea of what this thing sounds like. Now, I'll go back to here. I'll press play. And you'll notice I have the kick drum on track 1, track 2, and 3 other elements. So I'm going to stop this. And I want to go back to track number 2, which is this key group right here. And it's muted. See that? So I'm going to solo it now. So I'll put bass here. Okay. Got that. What is this on track number 3? Oh, okay, that's my synth part. That's the hybrid. That's my hybrid track. I could bring this down a little bit like that. So, I've separated tracks up. We've got a bass sound, a little bit of synth, And it's all being done right here in my main mode. But you know something? I can do more. And next, we're going to go right here, and we're going to go into our program edit. I guess by now you're trying to say, how do I make a copy of a sequence? How do I double a sequence up, right? And there are a multitude of ways of doing that, of course, but let me get a better view here now that I'm back into the main mode again. Ooh, yeah. And let's get this one to be like a little bit down here. Ooh, yeah, that's good. And then we're going to bring this down. That seems reasonable right there. And now I've got a track called Buster. I'm going to right click here and I can double the length of this track. Whoa, look at that. We're 4 bars. That was instant 4 bars. See with the 4 bars? Let's undo that. Let's do it again. Right click, double the length. Now I'm 4 bars. Kind of cool. Then I can go to here. I may want to copy, insert. Let's copy this. I could copy this maybe and put it someplace too, right? That's always good to do. I can export this. I can copy the events, copy the bars, delete bars. I can insert brand new bars. I can clear the whole pattern out. I can erase everything. Erase and clear are 2 different things. I can copy everything. I say copy, whoa, I copy Buster, and I want to put it someplace else. I may want to make 2 different Buster tracks, right? One with one part out, one with one part in, make a verse or chorus like. I could say, I want to put it here at 4. Now notice what happened. It said copy sequence, copy contents of sequence 1, Buster, and then over contents of sequence, well, since 4 is unused, I'll put it there. And now we have it there. Now it says Buster here too. Now that's confusing. I Buster there, Buster here, right? So what I like to do is go back in and then double click that and call this something else, right? I'll call this Buster Hook. Oop. See? I can name it that. Then I may want to take this Buster again, go back to here, right click here, copy it again. Well, I'll put it at 5. Do it. I might make this one just, let's get rid of some bars on this one. Let's see, let's delete bars. Oh, look, I can delete first, and so no, I got a better idea. Let's delete bar number 1 and bar number 2. Do it. And now I'm back to 2 bars again. See that? And we'll just call this something different. Double click there, put it right there. We'll call this Buster VR, this version. There you go. And now I've got 3 different buses in here. So this is a cool way I can actually copy and paste and give you an idea what you can do, right? Just right click here, export, copy events, everything's right here. Try it yourself. I can do the half length, not just the double length right there, and sort of experiment and see how you can use these features to edit the data in a sequence. We have a blank session, and I've been teaching you a lot of stuff so far, so I'm just going to work now. Here we go. Expansion pack. I'm going to look at this setup here. I'm going to load this sequence in. Great. I'm going to close that out. Okay, I'm going to take this stuff out here I don't want to have. So back to my selector. I'm going to select everything I don't really want to have in this whole session. I'll get rid of some of this stuff I don't need. Yep, I don't want any of this stuff here. And delete, gone. Now I'm going to play this beat back. Not bad. I think I want to double the length, so I'm going to go here. Double the length up. Pretty good. Now I'm looking at 8 bars. You can see it's 8 bars. I want to start a new track. I want to make this track a plugin track. I need a plugin, obviously. Let's go to here. And we're going to go to our expansion, pull the hybrid out. And then I'm going to go right here and click on hybrid. And now we have my hybrid here. I probably want to select a sound I want to use. So I'm going to go, I want to find a keyboard for this lesson. I want to use this stage tremolo. That's pretty cool. I like that. And next, I want to set this up. So let me go back here to my sequencer. Good, beautiful. And I want to use a phrase. I want to make sure it locks to the beat. I want it to latch on. I want to make sure this is 8. There you go. That's 8th notes. And I want to import a file. So I'm going to import a Michael Jackson Human Nature file in here, right? But the first thing I want to do is find out the right note. I want to find the note I want to make my main note, and it should be, for me, C3. So that, you can hear it play back there, right? Okay, good. That sounds weird. Take the latch off, okay? So we're playing that sound, that MIDI file, through the hybrid. And what I want to do here is I want to make a note somewhere here. So I think it's going to be right here. And I want to write it in. So let's go to write. I wrote it right there. Perfect. So next, what I want to do next is I want to play this. I want to go back to my hybrid and play from the top. Okay, so the beat's playing, and that little note happened once. Now I want to latch it. And once it comes back around, it will latch to the beat. And I want to hear how this MIDI sequencer. Okay, good. I want to change some of these effects in here. Okay, here we go. Do this at home too. Any MIDI file you like. Give it kind of flavor to it. Got my beat, got that going on. Go back to my beat if I want to. So I got 2 programs going on. Make my beat louder. Let's talk some more about the tools. This tool is my draw mode. My pencil comes up, right? So I can draw stuff inside the grid, but I can also trim it in the front and in the back. I can move it to a different track, all right? Or put it back where it was at, right there. Or move it up to here, right? Anywhere in the grid I want to. In this case, I'm in 8th note, so it'll snap to the grid, to the nearest available 8th note space. When I have the cursor or select mode going on, I really can't write stuff, but I can move it, and I can trim it a little bit from the back or the front, or let me extend it more. See that? I can trim it up. Let's undo that. Now next here we have the hitting pad selects events. So I can hit a pad here, and all these events are selected. See that? You can tell they're selected because there's a little white around each one of those events. That means it's selected. I can hit these pads here. Oop, they're all selected right there. So we can select events. I may want to edit all those events. Maybe change their velocities all at once. So just grab a velocity here and just change it once I got the events going on, right? Next to that, we have our show list. Let's click here. This shows you a list of all the events and where they are. Here's the tuning we saw before, that you see right here. There's some tuning going on. We see the velocity, the length, the pad, and the note that was hit. And we see the mod type right here. And then the value of that mod type. In this case, it was tuning. And it's all here. And to get out of it, we just hit the hide list again. So we can show list and hide list. Now here in the top, we also have the track. That's the track I selected before for the drum type, right? And then if I had other tracks, I would have their types as well. We would see the keyboard type. For example, if I go back here to Buster, and I see Buster here, and I play Buster, and I go to here, and I have type 2, you'll see my keyboard stuff come up here, right? And that's my key group right there. I can also go to here 3, and here I have another group, which is my hybrid, right? And you'll see the keyboard here. And this appears in the grid. I can come in here and write notes in. I can go to here and write notes anywhere here and there and put notes in and play it back. And put notes in. And I'm playing in the back. So the grid changes based on my type. Now, we'll go back here that we read before. And here we have track, right? And here we have total of bars. And here we have the track length, which we saw already here in the sequence section. So you're already aware of that stuff, right? Which is pretty cool. And there we have the sequence name. And this is our main mode section here, all right? I'm gonna, let's see, get this mute off of here. And we got this auto pan going on. I'm gonna go right back to my main mode. I want you to notice something. That same fader with the 4 inserts and the send here, and it's on, where the auto pan was on the drums, is right here in the main mode. So you see that that same channel we see here in the pad mixer for the Buster is right here. Everything. And this just happens to be the group of pads with their own faders and their own pan pots and solos and mutes, and of course the inserts and route and also the sends right there as well. So I come back here. This is still here. You can see the panning change here, right? Let's turn that off. Stop that. And that's how that works. Now, the next thing I want to show you is the right here. And this is the track mixer. And here in the track mixer, we will also see, as you can see, we have the same Buster stuff here, but we also have the sends and everything else in here I loaded before. So I have a program that has nothing, which is program 002 and program 001. I want to go back here and let's get rid of those so we can make sure that what we're seeing is just what has information in it. So nothing's in this program. I'll get rid of this one too. That's what it asks me, should I delete it or not. And we'll go back here to the track mixer. And here in the track mixer, it looks a little more complicated. And what's happening here is that we have the kick drums here. We have the bass, the hybrids you can see here. So everything's here, but it's all based on, let's go back here to our main mode, this track here. So I have the kick drums here, the bass here, the hybrid here, see, is at 3. And then the other drums, I separate them onto separate tracks, are right there. Let's go back here to track mixer, as we see our view. And I can change and mix these tracks up. These are just the tracks now. I can just run the drums. But notice, there are no sends or stuff here, right? So I could show all tracks. Pop it out here. See that? Show all tracks there. Show all tracks right there. Show the programs, just the programs only. The programs are being shown. Show sub mixes going on here. Show the returns that are going on here. Show the master. Take the master out. So I'm taking the master out. See that? Take the master out, take this out, take that out. This is all I got left. I'm just showing the tracks. So I can set up how I want to view the different elements and part of the mixer in the track mixer. Here, I'm just seeing the tracks. Then I want to show programs. I can show the 3 programs being used in this track, in this song. Now I can play it. I know the Buster's going. This is going to the Buster right here. Now I can really mix the drums up. Because you're going to see that if I stop this and go back here, this drum track, which is right here, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different kick drums going on. Peep this out. I could mute him. And a dominating kick drum on pad 1. So using this track mixer helps a whole lot. I'm able to look at this here, playing back, bring these drums to a certain level, go to here. I may want to blend these 2 elements here. Maybe it goes a little bit this way. I like to keep my drums pretty much dead center. But this way, I can get a good blend of these 2 bass elements. Got my clap here. The clap's hitting hard, like that. The snare's here. So as you can see, I can control that. I can control the bass. If I want, I can bring back this delay. Now I got my delay here. I can go for less of a wet thing. I want it ethereal. Somewhere in the background it's there, but you can hear it, but it's just in the background. It's going to quarter notes. This is the feedback. A little less feedback. A little more ramping it up. Then close it out. Bring everything else back in. Then bring it up now. And I hear the delay. So the beauty of the track mixer here is that I can mix up the programs. And then if I have other tracks in the programs, I would see those, and I can just see the tracks for those programs. And then mix up the programs and the tracks. This may seem complicated, and it is in a way. But it helps you to get a much more defined mix between the pads and the programs. Now on top here, you'll also see the tracks. So if I want to fix a track, I say, well, I want to take this part out here or something else there. I can see that right here. See that? It's right here. I can mute, of course. Everything's right here. But I also see my tracks. And I can see what's going on in each track as it rolls by. Now before we move on, I want to show you one thing. How to get rid of an insert, right? So go back here to none, and it's gone. Makes it much, much easier. I can leave this on too, just in case I want to turn it on or not. So we're going to go to our next window, which is right here. This is our track view window. And here in the track view window, you'll notice one thing. We have this grid looking, right? The grid's right here. The same grid we see here in the main mode window. It's got a little eye there for an icon too as well. We also see the undo and redo here, of course, and we can add stuff, as you can see that here. But the most important thing is that we see the grid, and it's at the lower portion of the window here. And right here we can see the pads, right? So it's on the pads right there. Then up here we see the programs, different programs I have loaded in. And then again, we see the tracks on top. So it gives us that view of what's going on. Like, for example, I know that right here, this track is the tambourine track. I think it is. I'm not too sure what it is. What is this? Is it a kick track? Let's find out right here. This is the open hi-hat track. There it is right there, the open hi-hat track. So I click here. This is my closed hi-hat track. So I might want to look at a track. I may say, well, look, I want to see that track individually. I'm bringing it right here. I'm bringing it over there. No, I want to move this here. This gives me a better way to view a track. I may want to look at the hybrid and see what the hybrid looks like. Are these notes correct? Do I want to correct them? So I can put my pencil up here. I can also pull in my cursor again. And the other elements we have in the main mode. But the purpose of this is to get a better view and a way I can edit more data here in the track view. And I can see it here too. You see almost like a small representation of where the notes are right here and their velocity settings. For example, here in kick drums, if I pull this up, you can see how that looks similar to this right here below it. And we see the same lengths and everything else. And I get a really good view. I can also adjust my view here from the side. You can see from the side I can adjust the view. I can do like this. Widen it up too like that. This can also be done in the main mode as well. And then I get a really good view of what's going on. I can also put my cursor up and I can see my velocity lane again. But it's all here without having to see everything we see in the main mode. We get a really good bird's eye view of what's going on in every track. Now I also wanted to show you that as I do this and I can zoom in and zoom out, you'll watch this. And this is right here in the track view, right? And I can also move this up some more and I get a really great view now of everything in the track. I can also go back to the main mode and I've done it in here already too, see? So whatever I do here in this track view, and I'm in track view doing it here, and I do some sort of edits, and I'm changing the view here as you can see as I've been doing, and do that, it'll appear here as well, as you can see, in the main mode. In this lesson, we want to talk about the program edit function within the MPC Touch software. So here I'm in program edit. I go there because here I have my hybrid, right? And my hybrid's playing here. This is my hybrid sound you can see right here. And I can go up here and play it. It's playing, but I can't really solo it, right? So I want to go back to here, and then I want to solo this thing out. And solo right there, and then I go back to here and play it. You can see I can shape this sound. It says hybrid 3 right here. And I have oscillator A. Over here is oscillator B. We have filters. Right here, filter 1. Here's filter 2. We have a filter envelope with an attack, decay, a sustain, and a release. Here's releases, here's sustains. Here's decay 1, 2, and time decay. Level decay and time decay here. Attack. I can change that. This is obvious, right? And this is for this keyboard. There's a keyboard right there still, as you can see. And this is for this sound, which is this double pulse. So here in program, I can program this synth part up and change how it actually sounds, give it some different flavor to it if I want to, change the octaves, change some parameters to it. And I could do a few things. Let's try this octave thing. And you can hear it more. Let's pull it back some more there. We've got a wave. I can go to change that, and it changes slightly. So in here's where I can program my synth parts. Now I can also go to track here, and now I'm going to go to bass. And here in bass, this primarily is just a sample. The sample is right here. I can add layers on top of this sample. This is the Keygroup program. So you can see I can play this, and let's go to play. And we go back to here. Let's unmute the Keygroup, solo it, go back to the hybrid, and mute this. And we can go back here to the other parts here and mute those if you want to. Mute the drums out. But I choose to solo that. Now here we are back in the program. And here I've got this one sample. I can change actually the pitch of this sample from right in the main group. Semitones. See, I can change the pitch of it here. This is just fine-tuning the pitch. In case it's out of pitch, with a real keyboard, I can also change, I can transpose. Here's my keyboard range here of where I'm at. My high and low keyboard range. I can layer more samples to this and make it thicker. All slices, forward, direct, lock them in. Let's go further down here at least. And you can see that if I move this bottom of this right here, I can get further down here, we can see more of it. This is the full range here, right? That's the velocity right here. And this is for each layer. So I can provide more than one layer to where a pad starts and stops. And this is the Keygroup mode, which I'll get more into. I just want to get you familiar with what's going on here in the software. Now, here I have filters, right? I can add effects right here. I can pull up, get in here in effects, and add an effect to this. Let's say I want to get a compressor out. I pull up a compressor right here. And you can hear the difference between it's on or off. And this is a compressor on this Keygroup. You can see the inserts. We have an MPC 60 insert right here. There's a reverb, small reverb. We got a compressor master. See the difference now without it? Is with it. And this is from the loaded sample that we have, that we got from the Essential Instruments. So when you do load something, look over how the effects are added, how the settings are, so you can understand more about how Program Edit works when you load in a Keygroup or loading in a plugin. That's very important. So we'll play it back again, but we'll go back to the top here. And take that out. So I've separated everything for the purpose of making sure that we can hear everything. And then go to a mix. Put the hybrid back in. Everything seems to be in. Let's stop that. Now this can get tedious. I'm going back and forth with my mouse and I'm clicking in here and track, and so there's no need for that. What we can do though, we can go here to program, and here we can see everything. As you can see right here, we can see everything. And this is, as I put my cursor here, you'll see it, the program mixer. Let's do this next. So no more moving my mouse, we're going right here, and this is our program mixer. And here in the program mixer, I get over here to the other end, I'm in a program. The program I'm in is called Buster, and you'll see it right here on top in the program mixer window. So it's called the pad mixer here, right? And here, when you put your cursor, it says program mixer. So, well, that's what they want to do. So it says Buster, that's the program I'm using. And here's Buster sequence 1. That's a sequence for Buster. And then here we have, this is the current track selector, which I guess is track 9. I can go to here I'll click there. Nothing changes. You obviously, what you can do, you'll see the levels for the sounds as I hit them. It's like little pads tied to each one of these tracks. And I guess that's what I call it the pad mixer, because I have all these pads that belong to the drum type, which is the type I'm using, a drum type group. And you see all the samples here. And this is a better way for me to mix and turn sounds off. So what I can do, I got the music going on with the bass and the synth. I can just go here and solo the buster. Now I hear all the buster parts. Right, and I can mix up my drums now. Or I can say, well, I want this lower. I may want to hear this alone. So that, I may want to add an effect. Here, I can make it tighter. Let's use a compressor. I'm going to pull up a vintage compressor here. And now I can see this compressor. This is it right here. Double click it, it comes on. Click there, that little X, it cuts out. See, it comes on right there. See, it's on. Turn it off. On. So, a little more output. Bring my threshold level down. A little more input. Get my ratio so it just tightens it up somewhat. Okay, good. Let's play without it. Good, it's adding support to that clap. Turn the clap off. Not too loud, perfect. Can bring it up too. Come in here. Maybe right there. Okay, now I think I'm ready. Now I'll turn it on. Now I'll put the clap in. Okay. So I'm just sort of getting some idea how I want to use this. Got my slap, clap, snare going on here. And I'm adding effects. I can add effects to any one of these parts in this mix. I may want to make this closed hi-hat sound better. I got two of these things going on here. I can go to here, press play. And they sound weird to me a little bit, but I sort of like them. Let me bring this one down here against that one. I may want to expand this a little bit to the left, right. Yeah, I like that better. I want to keep my snare just a little bit panned to the left and my clap a little bit more right. And then I'll pop out of these two. Make sure my snare is right under that clap. So the purpose of this is to be able to mix your pads up and to get the right levels for your pads, right? And I can also add more effects to the overall mix of everything here. So I have an overall mix or overall insert for my buster. So I have effects on individual elements. I can have effects on the entire program. And to emphasize that, I'm going to put an effect on the program so you get an idea of what's going on here. And I'll do something that's going to be really weird. I'll just pan effect, and we'll play it back from the top. Now the drums are moving in the mix. Stop. That's just to give you an idea of what we can do. We're not going to use that, but the whole idea here, of course, is to show you that We can do a whole lot within the pad mixer and the program that's the overall controller of the output of the pads. Okay, so I'm in here doing some things here and we got an idea. Okay, so we're going to go to this next window, which is called Next Sequence. Now, if I put my cursor here, it says Next Sequence. You'll see the little icon here. It looks like a little sequence icon and a little arrow there, right? I click there. This is it. In this section, it's pretty simple. I can audition certain sequences, let them play, and play this one behind that one. And if I like it, I can copy it to a song or erase what I just did. So the one that's blinking is the one that's going to run. See, if I touch this blinking, it's blinking. This is blinking. I'll start with this one blinking. I'll call it Bust the Hook. And now I'll press play. I'm going to go to the next one. This one here. So that's blinking. And once it comes in, so that part comes in there like that, right? Then I go to this part here. That's twice, then here again. Then I'm back to that part. Then I go to the hook here. There you go, my hook's coming off there now. It's pretty good. That's blinking right there. I'll make it coming all of a sudden. Go sudden. See, I made it coming all of a sudden right there on the beat. A sudden. And that's what sudden does. Let's stop this. Okay, we stopped it. We have all this stuff. Hey, look at this. Let's scroll back. This is everything I did. I can play it again, or what I could do is I could go here and copy to a song. And see, I picked the song I want to copy it to, and I copy it to a song. Now I got to find out where the song's at, right? The song should be here. And there it is, as a song. I copied it to a song that quickly. And now I can play it back. So I made a little sequence I liked. I copied it to a song. I can do this over again in a different way and listen back to each little song copy I made by using Next Sequence. It's kind of cool. So I can go back to Next Sequence here and I can start all over again. Because once I leave it, it's gone. So that's why I copy it to a song. It makes it much more easier. So back here in song. If I like this, I can keep it. Otherwise, I can convert this to a sequence. I can clear it out too. Got me? So I can erase this song here that I just made and put in here. And you'll see that that song appears there as that one song. So we're going to go back here to Next Sequence. And then we're going to try it again. We'll start with the hook. We'll press play, start. And the hook one more time. I want to bring it in all of a sudden right here, maybe on 7. I'm going to go sudden now. See that? I went sudden, but it skipped the 2 bars and made this go right there. Then I went to just Buster, this space Buster, where there's plenty of space in this one. Almost like a little verse rap thing going on. Then now I bring the hook in. But now it's a waiting. I'm not going to go there. I'll do a hold wait. So I stopped and did a hold because I felt I should go further. Now I bring this in, release the hold, and now the hook will come in. See that? And that's how the hold and the sudden work in the next bar. So I'm repeating that again. Now we'll just press stop. This is pretty simple. It's easy to understand. It's just called Next Sequence. And you can also make a song from it. I go back here to File, And the next option I want to talk about here is the Save All Programs. I would click here, and then we get this dialog box here, and you see it says Plugin, and it's inside my Documents folder, and it says MPC. So I would name it, and this file would be the all programs I saved today. Let me cancel this out, and you want to make sure, as I go over here to the extreme right-hand side, lower right-hand side of the software, you'll see it says Programs, and I just want to make sure always that the programs I'm saving have something in them. So this one does, but this one doesn't. So I'll normally go here and delete that program, and then I know the programs I'm saving are relevant. Okay, that's right there, perfect. I may play it back a little bit. Okay, got an idea. Then I would go back to here, and then I would go to Save All Programs. But name it first right here. Now next in File, I could go to Save Current Program. I'll click here. Dialog box comes up, but notice now, a new location, it's under MPC Drum Content, Drum Kits, right? So it's going to save the current program there. And as you can see here, it's saving this one, D&B Kit 1. And of course, the program extension is .xpm. Let's cancel this. So I'm going to explain something here. You'll see here under sequence on the track, right down here on the track, it says program. That says D&B Kit 1. If I go to here and change this kit here, let's say Fusion Kit, and then I go back into File, and I want to save the current program. Notice the current program name is changed, and the samples as well. So this is the current program, obviously, that's in there. It'll save it amongst these other programs already in here that are in that MPC Drum Content. So let's cancel that out. So make sure you know what you're saving and where it's at. So when you're going to save your current program, make sure you know what's right here in order to save it. Now once you do, just pull it up and you save that data. Let's do this. Okay, old school beats. So here, I can go to File, and let's say I want to save this current sequence. I would go to Save Current Sequence. The dialog box would open up, and we'll see it right here. The sequence name will appear here with the sequence file extension, period SQX, you can see right there. And we'd save it, and we're done. But make sure, let's cancel this. Make sure you have the proper sequence you want to save, which should be selected here. If I change this to a different sequence up to here, and then I go to Save Sequence, that name will appear here. So be careful. Make sure you know what you're saving and where you're saving it to. Let's see. Okay, I think I'm going to deal with this here. I'm going to load in this Funkadello and close the browser up. And if I play it back, I want to make sure I bring the audio levels down. You never know how loud anything's going to be. Be careful of that no matter what. Good. Got something that's not too bad. Notice here in the grid. This is our grid. We've got a lot of little stuff here. And now you see my pencil. That's my pencil right there, right? So this is our grid. And we can see the velocity. You'll notice here the velocity is here at the bottom. And so the harder something's hit, the greater the velocity is going to be right there. So I can go to here and get my cursor as well too, right? And I can drag this up a little bit here. And now we can see it a lot better. And this is the velocity for the notes hit at a certain point in time from the beginning of the first bar to the final bar 4 here. And some are hit hard, some are hit not so hard, some are hit soft. And so the red ones hit hard. The not so hard ones here are almost like this tan look. Then it's this amber. Then at the bottom it's yellow, right? And so that's velocity. And this is our velocity lane right here. We have automation as well. And we have modifiers too right here, which you can see some modifiers here. And you can move the cursor here to them. And you're going to see there's some tuning. Some tuning has been done on some of these instruments. And that's our modifier lane that was tuning. Let's drag this back down now. So get used to these tools. I went from a pencil to the cursor. The cursor allows me to go inside here, and I can do stuff like move stuff. I can get to the end. Look at that. It gets to the end, it becomes a trimmer. In the middle, it's a hand. In the front, it's a trimmer. I'm going to go back here and trim it down from the back end. Ooh, look at that. Trimmed it down a little bit right there, right? So I trim that one sound down. And it's all based according to this grid here, if I can trim something. And you can see this is set to, right here, time correct, 16th notes. And if I go to here and I go down to 32nd notes, notice my grid changed a whole lot right there, right? And so I have even more spaces to put something in. So let's do a demonstration here. I can go to here. And I'm going to check this out right here. Okay, there. I'm going to write this in. A lot of notes. Let's play from the top. Whoa, that's a lot. Those are 32nd notes. It based it according to the grid. My pencil dragged across that one lane there for that rim stick shot, whatever it is, and I got that. Let's undo. This here, that's an undo. Okay, you got that. Undo. How about redo? Redo, undo, redo. I guess you get the point. Next, let's go back here. Let's just do it in terms of eighth notes. The grid has changed again. I'll go from the top. I'll go to there. I'll play it from the top. Oh yeah, I can paint it in someplace else. That might work again someplace. I'll do it again from the top. So I just wrote in some extra parts in here that quickly with my pencil. Of course, I can undo that one and undo the other one, and I'm back where I started. But you get the idea. I can write inside the grid, depending on the instrument that I select and the event value and where I place that event within the grid. Okay, so I'm adding some parts in here, making sure they're right. Now, sometimes when you're working in a session, you got a lot of stuff going on. And here I am still in the main mode, right? And now, as you can see, I'm here in the Keygroup. This is the bass Dre, bass 1. And we're playing this bass line along with the other part I added in. And you're doing these parts, and it's saving, of course. You did save in the preferences. And here we have a history. And the beauty of working inside of this MPC software is that it keeps the history of everything you've done right there. Look at that. Everything you've done is right here in history. It shows you the stuff. Here's a problem with the load. Here's a problem with the load here, sequence load. It shows you what happened here and there. Look at this. Everything's right here, what we've done. We can always go back to a step and go back to the next step and be at the step right here and see where we are. Let's close this out. So it's great to have that history. So here, as you can see, I've added some parts in. I'll play it from the top. So here's the bass. So I can get a level of what my bass is doing right there, right? And I can go to track 3 and turn this synth up louder or softer. And we can control those levels. Now, as before that, so I can come back here. As you can see here, this is the audio section of our main mode. We have inserts, we have this sends and stuff right here. I can get in here and I could mute something, for example. This is the hybrid, right? So I'll press play start, mute it. Just hear the bass and the drums. Or just solo this. I can just solo that one program. 2, 3, 4, and put it right back in. So in this MPC Touch software, I can have a multitude of different tracks. and programs and pull plugins and keygroups in and create whole songs. It's kind of cool to work with. And you can see here, this is my drum track here, and here's the grid for it, for my bass line actually right here. And this is for the synth part. And let's go back here. Let me change my tracks. I'm getting confused here for you, but there's the drum part right here. Here's the drums, right? I can see the grid for the drums. I can see the instruments for the drums. I can see the velocity levels. We can see just about everything. So be aware where you are, what the track type is, and also be aware of your levels. It's so important when working inside of your MPC Touch software. Now also what I can do, I can pull in right here in inserts, I can pull some effects in. So let's see, for example, I've got this synth sound. Let's go to track number 3, I think it is. Yep, and here's our synth sound. I may want to put a delay in here just to give you an effect, to give you an idea of what happens. So for internal effects, we have these vintage effects. I'm curious about vintage here. Okay, look at this vintage. We have the SB1200 ring, the SB1200. This is great for drum sounds. The MPC 3000. Ooh, the MPC 60. That's nice. Okay, let's go here to internal sounds. And we want to get a delay, a sync delay. So I'll get that, I'll say select. That appears there, it's going to be on this synth sound. Let's solve this sound. Let's play from the top. And there's my delay. So I'm adding effects into the session as well. Let's play with the music, get some idea what's going on. Now it's a little too much. It's drowning it out heavily. And I may not want to even use it for right now. I may want to put it in there and then come back later on and maybe get the proper setting for that delay. But I may want to keep it. So what I'll do, I'll go right here. And it says inserts and it says on. Well, I'm turning it off. Now I'll play it back. It's gone. I'm bringing it back right here. And turn it off. So I can turn it off and on, but obviously you can see I can keep it off if I want to. And we can add more. As you can see, we have 3 more slots to add another insert in. You're done creating your track, and you want to get an audio file of it, or audio file of all the tracks, or just an audio file of the programs. Well, what you want to do is you want to bounce it down or get a mix down of what's happened so far. So, for example, I may have enough done here. I'll click play. And then I realize I want to probably take this track and use it. So, let's see how big this is here. So I'm going to go to here and squash it down. And we're looking at 32 bars here, right? Okay, so I want to go to File, and I want to go to Export. And down here, I want to go to my last option, which is as audio mixdown. Now I'll pull it up here, and you can see here, it recognizes that this is a 32 bar sequence. It starts on bar 1, ends on bar 32. That depends on, let me cancel this, what sequence you select. So it already realizes that. Now, to help you understand more, I have another sequence right here. This is a 2 bar. I'll go back here, export, as audio mixdown. It shows 2 bars. See that? So just be aware of the sequence you select, make sure you get the right one, and then you'll bounce it down. Now, my next option here is the audio tail. Now, sometimes you're working with reverbs or delays, and they tend to continue on after the sound is stopped. And sometimes it's good to have just a little bit more at the end of the mixdown. In this case, I have it set for 1. The next option is the render source, and this is the output option. As you can see here, I have it set for output 1 and 2, and that's the 1 and 2 output I have that is on the program. So you notice here in the program, it's boom, it's 1 and 2. I can also have the separate programs. If I have a track where I have a bunch of programs, I can have the separate programs also be the source of the output for the mixdown. I can also just explode the tracks, which means that every sound would have its own mixdown. Okay, so if I go to here and do this, I also want to make sure that render options are selected here too, right? I can say master inserts, and these would be the inserts I'm going to have. I could be going to a master, so my master insert options. Also, here, if I was export, I could use my export returns. And we have save as project preview. Now there's also a file type. Now most of the time I prefer to go WAV. AIFF used to use that years ago. WAV's great now. And MP3, if you want to get one, you can make it right here too as well. Then we have our bit depth. I always keep it around 16 and never use 24 or 32. 16 bits is great. And then here for sample rates, up to you. 44.1 is the CD quality. 48 is going to be better, and so on. But it depends on what your end use of your product is. So be aware of that, whether you're trying to make something for iTunes or for SoundCloud, or make something you want to hear back on your iPhone or your Android phone or whatever you're using. Just make sure you have the proper sample rate set up for that device. Just make sure you have the proper output. Now, we already know mine's 1 and 2, but you can always select different outputs. We have submix 1 through 8, which I showed you in our mixer section. And we have other outputs here. On my Mac, I have from 1 to 32 different outputs, and they're in pairs. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 31, 32. So select the proper output. Now, in our next video, we'll show how each one of these render sources work and how to use them. Now, let me see, this goes here, and I got it. Okay, I'm going to use this for a quick mixdown. So we're going to go back here, and let's check out export, and we're going to go to audio mixdown. So I've got a 4-bar length set up here. I got a 1 second tail at the end for the little reverb on it. We've got the stereo out. We're going wave. No MP3 or AIFF file. I'll keep it simple with a 16 and a 44.1 mixdown. And I want to export it, so I'll go to export and look at the, put it someplace, right? So in this case, I just want to go back up here and up higher and higher and then higher, and I want to go pretty much, I think I just want to go to the desktop more than anything else, right? So I'm going to put it someplace I could find it. Okay, I go to users right here, and applications and desktop. And I'll put it on my desktop. No folder, I'll just put it there. That's the WAV file right there, and I'll select save. Hey, it's all done. Pretty cool. It's on the desktop. And that's how easy it is to export a file. That's pretty short though. It's just 4 bars. Okay, now I'm on my desktop here, and I got the file. Here it is right here. And just play it back from the top. And that's it. It's mixed down. All the tracks into one stereo file. That's 44.1 and 16-bit. That was pretty easy. And you can do AIFF the same way as I just did WAV, right? And the next option we have here is MP3. Now, MP3 files are a little different. I need to select the bit rate of about 128 up to 332 kilobytes. And you can see it here, 332, and here we are at 128 kilobytes, right? So I'm probably going to do with I'll go to the top end, why not? And here we are, it's going to be 44.1 or 48, but notice the bit rate has changed. If I go back here to AIFF or I go to WAV, those bit rates are pretty much the same, right? When I go here to an MP3 file, That's 128 kilobytes to 320 kilobytes. So you see the differences, right? So now I want to probably keep the same location. Let's go back to here. Let's go to export, and we're going to the desktop. Of course, it's desktop there, and let's press save. That's pretty easy too. Now let's hide this, and here's a new file. That says MP3. That's the MP3 file. Pretty easy. Now I have my MPC Touch, and I can use it as a plugin. And what I can do is I can bring it up into any DAW, like Pro Tools, Logic Pro X, Ableton Live, Studio One. So I'm going to do it right now with Logic Pro, and we're going to show you how you can bring it into Logic as a plugin. So I'm launching Logic here, and the first option here is what do you want to do? So I want to create probably a new project from a template, and I want to create a new empty project, or from existing. I'll do it from a template. So I'm going to go here, use a template, and I want to pick out something like, let's see here, maybe I'll do multi-track. That looks good to me. And now I have it. So here I've got a multi-track set up here. And what I want to do next is I want to bring in a new track. So I want to show us MPC. So I'll go to new tracks, and here we are on new tracks, and I want to use a software instrument. You know, we're not going to use this or the audio end or the guitar end. We come here because we want to get this option here. It says instrument. And now I want to click here. I'm going to scroll down to the AU instruments, which is the audio unit instruments. And here you notice I have AKAI Professional, and there we have MPC. And the next drop-down menu shows me stereo or multi-output, which is 16 by stereo or 16 by 2. I'm going to go here and just do it stereo. Make it very simple for me. Our output will be 1 and 2. And I'll say create. I only want one track too, so we'll create right here. And see how long that takes. Not too long. And here is our brand new track right here. And I can go here. I can't see anything. So I'm going to go where it says region, and it says audio through. Lift that up. And now we see this MPC right here. We'll click here. And now you see the MPC software right here. Now I even have a browser, which is kind of cool. I can hide the browser. So it's the same as the MPC software, except the difference here is that it's a small plugin type look. So I can go, let's say, to here, which I already know is my kits. But I'd rather use my expansion. I'll go to here. So in case you want to use your expansions, you can go to here. And I may pick something to pull up real quick. Let's go to Boom. Pop this in. And now Boom loads. We can't see the sequence, right? So in this software, I'm probably going to want to go here to this track view. And now I can see everything. So I can probably pull this up a little bit more, right? And I can see right down here what it is. I can even pull this down somewhat. Let's drag here a little bit. Just a little bit. Or pull it out some more. Oh, we can't see much. Let's go here like this. Let's pull this browser out. Now we can see more of it. That's even better. And so to play this, I can't play it here. Can't play it here. I can't play it here, right? So let's pull this down. And we're going to use Logic to control it. But observe, Logic is a BPM of 120. And I tested this before, so I know this beat's going to sound better at around 98, 97, 94. We'll try it here. And I'll press play. And see, it's playing it. So let's stop this. So what's happening here is that we're playing that pattern, that sequence. The samples have loaded into the MPC, and it's being routed through Logic. And that's how you can bring in the MPC Touch software as a plugin directly into your DAW, like Logic. Now this works also without you plugging in your MPC Touch controller as a device. Now I like to use Pro Tools as well as Logic and Ableton Live, actually anything I can do a video on. And here in Pro Tools, I want to probably bring up the new MPC software as a plugin. So in order to do that, I have to have a track, of course, I want to assign to it. So I've got this track going on here. I'm going to take some of this stuff off. I want to bring in an MPC beat or something. So I've got this set up here. As you can see, these are inserts A through E. And right here we have a track. This is the reed drum. And this is the bass drum kick here. And I may want to just use this track and create a new track. So what I can do is I can probably select this track. And then what I want to do is probably go here to track and go to new. I want to make a new track. It's going to be a stereo track since the MPC plugin is stereo. Make an audio track, samples. I'm going to create one track. I'll create one track here. And now you notice it put it right next to the track that was right there. And in order to bring that plugin in, I'll go to here. And you see we have a couple of options. We have the multi-mono plugin and then the multi-channel. So we know the MPC is not a mono plugin like these other ones are, Contact and Reason, which is the Reason Propellerhead software. We're going to go to the multi-channeled plugin here, and we'll look at it from right here, Instrument. And you'll see here, I can pull up the MPC. So I'll click right there. And let's get my MPC Touch software just ready to go. So it may take a little bit of time to load, depending on how powerful your system is, how much RAM you've got. But here we are, we've loaded in some. There it is. We've loaded in, and now that blink was the MPC recognizing it, the MPC Touch that is, recognizing that the software is on. So once that happens, now the physical device is reading it, and it knows it's a plugin. So next I want to load something. I use my usual stuff here. We can go to Expansion Browser. I go back to here, scroll back up. I can look at projects and find a project I want to load in, right? Say we want to do something like load this in. I'll say load that up. It does, but you notice something here also. We don't get to see the grid, as you can see, right? There's no grid view. And the tempo is controlled primarily by the Pro Tools software. So if I close this out, and I'll say, yeah, look at that there if I want to. I'll go right here in the software. I'll slow this. And that's my MPC. I'm picking up the tracks in here. Almost like an Indian sound. My MPC output. So pick it up or down right there. Close the plugin. Press stop, and it stops the plugin too at the same time. So remember, the tempo will be controlled by Pro Tools. And that's how we can use our MPC Touch plugin directly in Pro Tools. Next, we'll show you some more features about outputs with the plugin.